some Kerbal Space Program because I was being indecisive and we went there. I should have checked my settings beforehand. I'm not going to go through everything here. Just going to take 2 quick seconds to like peek at anything obvious. We've got our audio stuff, that's all fine. I'm not going to worry about the controls. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is a game that actually recognizes different control schemas, so I don't have to try and figure out how the heck to do everything on a QWERTY keyboard since I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. So I appreciate that. Okay. And then there's all these controls and everything. Yep. Yeah, see? Right there. Keyboard layout. US Dvorak keyboard. Thank you, game. I appreciate that. Is there a reason we're doing Kerbal Space Program 1 over 2? 2 is utter rubbish, is incomplete, and the entire dev team no longer works there. So it is quite literally, when we say a dead game, it is a dead game. Like, it is a dead game to the point I think it should be pulled from Steam Store and that just be the end of it. It was bad enough that Steam was willing to refund the game for those who bought it at one point. So unfortunately, Kerbal Space Program 2 will never be finished. And so literally Kerbal Space Program 1 is a more complete and functional game. That said, there is the dev team behind Kerbal Space Program 2. A lot of them are working on a new game that's, you know, a spiritual successor to it. And I do know there is another company who is making a spiritual successor that is related somehow. But yeah, so unfortunately it is the reality that the devs shut it down. So do not buy 2 whatsoever, is what you're hearing? Correct. Like, genuinely, I think it is... Kerbal Space Program 2 is still being sold as early access, even though it is no longer under development. And personally, it's my opinion that it should be delisted from the Steam store. Like, obviously, if you bought it, you should still be allowed to download it and play it if you want it. But, if you've got a game that's early access that you've killed, like you've verbally said, hey, we're not working on this anymore kind of thing, it shouldn't be for sale anymore. Anyways, like, again, if you've promised more or not. I'm not running... Oh, that opened up a browser. Never mind. I was just going to click on it and say, I'm not running any mods or anything, so if everyone's like, are you running this mod? Nope. This is a very much off the seat of my pants kind of thing. So I don't have a plan. So we're going to begin a new save. Which I don't remember half of this. So we're going to start new. I like career mode. So I'm going to do career mode. And for those who don't know the difference in your different modes, you have sandbox where you just kind of do your thing. Science mode, you need to unlock science by setting up your rockets and all that, but generally doesn't have the financial constraints and all that. And then career mode, you have like contracts and all those kind of things. So this is more indicative of like a tycoon game or whatever. We need to choose our logo. I appreciate that that logo makes no sense. I appreciate that Trippy is literally just chaos personified as a flag. Because all the other ones feel like very legitimate, genuine company type logos or whatever that is. Trees. Can I put a big X over it? We have the retro one. Retro one's good. I can go for the retro one. I'm leaning towards doing the retro one. Yeah, I think I'll do the retro one. Never mind, I'm not leaning, we're doing the retro one. Because, like, all of these are fun. And for that retro, that's like the old school NASA patches. The save game, we stop for the Lithosphere. And for those who don't know what that means, the Lithosphere is the ground. The Lithosphere is for getting where, like, say, stratosphere and all that. It's just the ground. Nice to meet you. I'm Gene Kerman, flight director and your guide to this quick introduction. This is the Space Center. From here, you can manage all aspects of the space program. Feel free to have a look around. Hold the right mouse button and move the camera. Or use the arrow keys. Oh, wow. That is horrifically slow. Look, man, we are speed demoning over here with that right arrow. Okay, so I'm understanding the arrow keys may not be quite adequate. Right click over the Space Center facilities to in the main view to learn about them. It said right click, not left click, in case you're wondering. Hello, I'm Werner von Kerman, Chief Direct Rocketry Engineer. This is the vehicle assembly building where we will build spacecraft and later roll them out to the launch pad for flight. Pretty impressive, isn't it? On your left, you'll find the components to construct your own spacecraft. Select the starting part, then attach others on to build your ship. You can then have a look around using the right mouse button. I'm using my right mouse button. It's not doing. That's fine. That's whatever. Or the arrow keys. That's really, it's not as if we're rocket science. Oh. Anyhow, if you need more in-depth explanation of how to build, we have a look at the training thing. Yeah, and I don't need to go through the training thing. That's not what I actually meant to do. We're not going to go in here. Because I also have curiosity, why do you use Dvorak? So I did the switch to Dvorak way back. Hey, Toaster. Thank you and all that. That for me, it had to do with considerations for concerns of like carpal tunnel syndrome. I had a median nerve compression, which is the precursor for carpal tunnel. And when you compare your QWERTY keyboard with Dvorak and Workman and all these other layouts, QWERTY keyboard is by design inefficient. And for those who don't know, the history of QWERTY keyboard is way back in the day when typewriters were a thing. You had their arms that go like this to type on the page and that bang on a ribbon that would smash the ink onto the page. And the problem is keys that were too close to each other that snag on each other. And you get a jam, and then you have to stop what you're doing, and you have to unjam your typewriter and do all that. And so what QWERTY did is it distributed the keys that were commonly used away from each other. And so I used Dvorak, so it just became the standard, and now that there's a familiarity, it kept moving forward. It's a very inefficient design. Dvorak is a keyboard layout focused mostly around stuff like programmers and that kind of stuff, to require less moving your fingers up and down on the keyboard than QWERTY does, which is the stuff that's really bad on your wrist, which is where your carpal tunnel is. That said, it's not like using a QWERTY keyboard is necessarily one thing or another. Like, if you're like, oh, should I switch? That depends. Probably not, but that depends. And then, like, for example, if you're writing English words as opposed to programming, Workman's a better layout for that, to my knowledge, and all that kind of stuff. Do you use Vim? No, because I'm a real software developer and not someone who wants to just be like, hey, look, I do the hard way, so clearly I'm better. Use a freaking IDE, man. It's out there. Use the tools at your disposal. Alright. So, what we got here is we've got our whole facility here. If we look here, we've got... Where are you? There's the mission place. Yeah, mission control. Yeah, Emacs, exactly. Man, the number of, like... So, for those who don't know, I've been in software development for well over 15 years. I've taught software development. I'm a very well-known person within my slice of software development and all that. And the number of times I've had some, like, 19-year-old junior developer who's working their first job be like, oh, you use that? That's a blocking language. As they switch 3 languages over, like, the course of the 1 year they're there, and never deliver on a single deadline till they get fired. I feel very comfortable using the tools at my disposal. How's the volume, by the way? Nah, it looks good on the equalizer. The classic Emac is a great OS. All it needs is a great text editor. Hey, Blind, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Blind IRL, by the way? Another fantastic member of the Halcyon Frequency Stream Team, and there's a raid following it. So I do really appreciate that. We are here to drink your beer. I'm gonna be honest, the only beer I got in my fridge, you can have it. I am not responsible for what happens to you, because I made it a couple years ago, and I didn't like it, and I need to throw it out. But I do enjoy a good beer. But welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a good time over there with Blind, playing some Dwarf Fortress. Really good times over there. If you do like Dwarf Fortress, there is hardly a single person I can think of who knows the game better. Definitely check them out. Really fun times over there. Really good dry wit and all that stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. Today we're playing some Kerbal Space Program because I was like, what the heck do I want to play today? And all that kind of stuff. And I was like, you know what? Let's do a vote. And this is what got voted on. So, all that stuff. Let's see, what programmers never talk about is what language is the most possible chaos. Oh man, in software development, it's not as bad as it used to be. there is a very big elitism between, like, I use program X versus Y. And as someone who ended up being a polyglot because we kept, you know, working on more and, like, more variety of languages and all that, we would acquire different companies or work with other companies and then end up with their products and having all those languages on there. Unless you're unless you're using a deliberately, like, way out of date as no longer supported language, or you're just using a language that's special purpose for something outside its special purpose, whatever. You Java, C#, C++, doesn't matter. PHP is a little rough. Ruby on Rails, it's fine. Just have fun. If you're bringing out Kerbal, maybe don't keep using Kerbal. Like, it did its time, but, like, that's a language that's... Maybe don't make new projects in Kerbal. It's a good language to learn if you want to do specialization and get really good paying jobs working on the oldest things you can imagine. But if you're making a net new program in Kerbal, you are doing something wrong. But anyways, again, welcome in. And again, Blind's fantastic. Check him out. Again, plays a lot of games like Dwarf Fortress, that kind of stuff. Good times over there. English is the off-les language? Correct. It has rules and it breaks them all the time. But yeah, so we did just start a brand new save in Kerbal Space Program. Let's see, you took a class on Linux programming and quite a decent amount of fun with it. You don't think you'll make a career out of it. That's totally fair. And thank you so much for those 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot, so thanks so much. English does not have strong typing. Correct. I am definitely team, I want my languages strongly typed. But I do understand people who want their languages that kind of make it up as they go, and, you know, it's all moosh. You're welcome to that. You can just be over there with your JavaScript, that's fine. I begrudgingly accept that it is a very powerful language, and also I'm going to grab a stick and shake it at the clouds at it. Strongly typed, just use a mechanical keyboard. I do use a mechanical keyboard. Let's see, you took a class in C++. Somehow you got a B. You don't know how. You struggle badly. I've done C++. That is a language I can do, but I don't want to. I respect C++, but I very, very much prefer stuff like C# and that compared to C++. Let's see. Have you ever tried an optical keyboard? Yes. Not having any tactile feedback, can't do it. Let's see. So, person you went to building retail store with your person mom. But yeah, I know it's all good stuff. Anyways, for those new to Kerbal Space Program, which is a 10-year-old game now, I'm sorry. I know that hurt you. It hurt me too when I noticed it, so we're just spreading the hurt around. But we've got the career mode, and we start with a limited amount of money, a limited amount of science, and we've got our different things here. And this is where most of your money will come from, is these missions. So you accept the mission, you do the mission, you get paid. A hurt shared is a hurt lesson. Exactly. If we all distribute the hurt wide enough, it'll be narrow enough that it won't really feel like much. That's how that works, right? So I don't really care about a bunch of like the flavor text here, but the important thing is we need to get ourselves to the point that we can, we need to do a crew report before launching a rocket. So we need a person to sit in the rocket on the launch pad and say, how was your experience? Which, fair enough, that'll be an easy one. We need to launch our first craft, which is to launch it off the launch pad. It doesn't have to do anything, it just has to leave the launch pad. So we can do that very easily. And then the next one would be escape the atmosphere. This one takes a little bit more effort. It's 70,000 meters we have to go up. So we're going to have to do that. Ancient people like Persians who saved to punch letters into stone tablets. Alright, let's maybe not go into that too far. You played before you got that? Yeah, no, I did too. Okay, so I can only have 2 contracts at a time. So it's seeming like for our very first one, we need the... Oh man, I forgot. It has been so long. And as you can see from the amount of stuff we got going on, we have nothing. So we're going to have this amazing rocket. Hold on to your butts. I'm gonna put a manned craft on the top. I'm gonna put a parachute on it. Oh, there's an EVA jetpack and personal parachute. They added some since I last played. We will do the science thing on there, because the things we need to do is to do the missions, and then as well is there's things you can do for science. So this little guy here that we see under our science tab, it is Mystery Goo Containment Unit. This fluid is something one of our engineers came upon while doing research on alternative applications for existing technologies. It's a sealed container which appears to be filled with a strange-looking substance. We couldn't reach in or break the canister open, but watching how the goo behaves when subjected to different situations has been very educational. So you get the idea. We look at the goo, and we learn some science. Alright, we can do this thing where we put the fins in multiple angles, so that rocket more go up than wherever. Okay, so needless to say, we don't have a whole lot of tech. Our tech right now is, I got a place for a person to sit, I got a parachute, I got a solid rocket booster, and I got tiny little fins. That's the entirety of our technology. Also, if I remember my staging right, we probably want, because it would be staging 0, we'll fire the rocket, staging 1 will do the parachute. We probably do not want to deploy the parachute before we launch that thing. Do you have a limited number of sacrificial victims? I mean, pilots? You know, honestly, I've never lost that many Kerbals. So, I actually have no idea. Warning, no control. This vessel has no remote control or manned command. Is that not? Oh, where do I tell it to put the person in? That's, oh, here we go. We go to crew. Alright, get on in. There you go, Jebediah. We've actually got cargo and all that now. Oh yeah, we're not doing the plane editor. Alright, so with that, we're gonna go ahead and go to launch. Now let's see if we can remember any of these controls. Alright, so we want to toggle SAS and RCS. The RCS is not going to really do much in Atmo, but we don't really have any other control stuff. So remember, our first contract here is to observe what's going on around us and crew report. So Jebediah, what are you seeing? We will go ahead and we will transmit the data because it has no cost. We don't lose anything for it here. Oh, we don't have a comm satellite. Alright, so review report. We will keep the report. So Jebediah has said, I am sitting on the launch pad. This is what I gotta say about it. And that's it. And so for now, did I have my staging wrong? I did? Alright, so it's not lower number to upper number. Oh, also, before we forget, observe mysterious goo. The goo jiggles and wobbles as the craft flies. We'll keep that. This counts as a success. It is. Jebediah is not dead. That is a pretty high mark. I, for the life of me, do not remember where the fast forward button is. Where are you hiding? Because we definitely want that fast forward button. So here's all my controls for this stuff. That's all maneuvering things. This causes a failure. Insufficient boosters. To be... There we go. Thank you. Now, I do remember if you speed up too much, Physics get really weird. So it is one of those things to be a little careful when you just sit there and mash maximum speed, that things can vibrate apart and all that. Okay. And then with that, the physics are actually pretty stable. Oh, that's good to know. It used to be really, really a hot mess. So if I remember, I would like you to hop out. And I'm trying to remember, it's not transfer crew, I don't think. EVA. EVA report. I don't think spacesuits are entirely necessary to get here, was it? Don't care, get in there. You've done your report. So I would like you to get back in. Why is X not Xing? There we go. Alright. And with that, we have finished the thing. So we can go to our space center. We can retrieve our rocket, and we have completed 2 missions. It is click here. Recover. Alright, so we earned a total of 23 science, so that's 15.9. That's weird that says 15.9. We started at 0 and I have that, but that's fine. We did recover our parts, so we did recover some of the money that we put in there, and we got a 1 XP on Jebediah. And we got a little bit of reputation for not utterly botching the contract. Okay, so now you'll see we have a ton of contracts. So we can look at what these are, and you can see if we win, we get this much money, we get that much as an advance, we get a little bit of reputation. If we decline or fail, we got a whole bunch of stuff. So you want me to do a crew report over a specific location. Those are probably not going to happen right now. We can check that the flea be used. And you want me to test it up higher. We don't have what we need for that. Before we grab that, let's see what we can unlock from our research stuff. So we've got research. I've got 23.9 research to go. We can get engineering. This will be important because that thermometer is another source of science. So we definitely want to get that. Science is one of your big bottlenecks. The rocket will give me an actual liquid rocket launch, which means I can control thrust and all that versus the solid, which is you hit the button and it goes. And pretty much all of these are good things. The fins and the side decouplers can be good. The barometer is another source of science. I can't afford it, though. Yeah, so I can't get any of the higher level ones. We don't have enough science. Alright. So with that, if we were to look at our rocket, right now we got this thing. This thing, it's rubbish. We should be ashamed of ourselves. So, we've got the swivel liquid rocket booster. That lets me go and like vector the engine on the back to give me some level of steering. It's not great, but it's not nothing. And then we got really teeny tiny fuel tanks, which unfortunately are not very efficient from a weight to fuel ratio. So that's gonna be a pain point. And we don't want to put too many of them, because if we do, that ends up being a whole problem. We do have a decoupler. That's a good thing to have, because what this will do is it's where you can like separate your rocket pieces. And we're gonna want that for our crew cabin on the top. That way when it comes to launch, you know, like landing and all that, I'm not trying to drag this big heavy thing below us. Hey Bentley, how's it going? So put the fins on here. Those appear to be basically the same thing. Oh, don't triple it up. They've got your antenna there. You put the thermometer here. In the GU there. Alright, so we are going to lose the rocket part of this. Okay. So they added all this stuff, which is nice. So that's cool that we got all this data now. So that's kind of cool that we can get all that. Right. So we'll try and leave it like that, because I had my staging backwards on the last one. We have the report on it, which is just the height, the size, or whatever. And it has, like, all sorts of things. We have the contracts. Okay. So, let's leave here for right now. Save and continue. Basically, Bentley, Kerbal Space Program 2 released in kind of a similar state to Kerbal Space Program 1 when it very, 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 very first released into early access. And then they got rid of the entire dev team. So it's abandoned. So I don't feel confident that we can get ourselves above specific locations and run those. We don't have the fleet equipped. Perform a test to activate the part through the staging sequence to test all conditions are met. We have the hammer, we have escape the atmosphere as our bigger goal. Haul an MK... Haul that above the, Okay, we want you to haul it above here. So we just need to have it and fly it up to 10 to 14,000 feet at a relatively good speed. So let's grab that. Haul the decoupler. Ooh, I don't know if I can hit those speeds up that high with what we got. Yeah, we'll want to do the staging ones. Okay, so we'll try for it. Okay, and that's the stuff we're going to have to figure out. So we're going to go here. I don't know if this is going to be capable of what we need. But we're going to take it out to launch pad. Once again, I forgot to put Jebediah in there. Okay, now I can go out to launch pad. Alright. So we've got our contracts. We're gonna put this on full. Put our controls to try and keep ourselves pointing relatively up. We are going to revert the flight back to the vehicle assembly building because I did a really bad job on that. So you should be on the top. Now we should do that. I'll get the staging right eventually. But yeah, no, it's basically Kerbal Space Program 2 released. It's just not in a good shape. And then they just didn't update it ever. Well, I was going a little too fast. Yeah, no, it's abandoned, Bentley. The dev team's gone. Oh, before we forget, we want to go here, crew report, Cool. We want to go here. Observe the goo. We'll keep that experiment on us. So we did manage to get ourselves pretty high up. Nowhere near, like, breaking orbit. But definitely higher than I anticipated for just putting a liquid booster and just hitting go. The downside is I was going way too fast when I got here. So it didn't count that objective. I could potentially revert and then very slowly, like, slow down the thrust to get to that point. Because I am going to reach this altitude, probably, but not at a sufficient speed. Yep, actually, we're shy by about 80 meters. And Jebediah is just living their best life, as Jebediah do. I think I'm going to do that. So we're going to quickly revert the flight, and we're just going to go back to launch. And we're going to get that first objective done. We're not going to get the second one, because money does end up being a problem here. So what we're going to do, we're going to put this here. You start backing off on that thrust, backing off on the thrust, backing off of the thrust. Keep backing off on that thrust. Just utterly kill the thrust. And that's fine. When it starts to drop back down, we can deal with all that. In the meantime, observe the goo. Keep the report. Get the crew report. Send it down. Okay, that little pulse did do that, so we're gonna try to slow down when we get into the range. We'll see how that works. I didn't cut the thrust down nearly enough early enough, but that's okay. All right. Not sure I'm going to be able to slow down enough with the amount of fuel we have left. Because that's insufficient. So we're going to try to just blast this thing when we get to about 14,000. Just a little before 14,000. Come on, parachute catch. Hey, we did get credit for it. So cool, so we got that contract done. The engines are going to smash into the ground to get destroyed. Directly back into the launch pad as meant to. How do I make you go away? Just right click off the side. Okay, so we got our first contract done there. We just need to get landed. Come on, parachute. Come on, parachute. You're stressing me out. Okay. Now, if you do repeat the exact same science experiments, you get less and less science each go through and all that, until eventually you just don't get science anymore. So we got our first contract done. Honestly, with the solid rocket booster, we could probably... That's coming in pretty hot. Okay. Oh, right, we're fast-forwarding. That's fine. So let's go ahead and transfer crew, EVA, and we can go to EVA report, keep report, get back in. I'm trying to remember where the button is to be like, hey, we're done here. Please take me home. I could have sworn there's a button here when you're on the ground to be like, yeah, mission finished. That's fine. We can go to the Space Center and just do it from the tracking building. What I might do is I might turn off the Kerbal Space Program music and just play our own, because it is suffering from the whole music not playing 90% of the time, which is fine, but does get a little bit tiresome when that happens. Okay, so we can go to tracking. Oh, tracking's not what I needed, but that's fine. Tracking works. Oh, that's the locations that's like, we want you to take your information. We can go here and recover. Cool, so we got ourselves a bunch more science. Got some good money. Yeah, so here's all the places it wants me to take it. It wants me to do those all at around 18, 19 kilometers off the ground. We can probably do that. It'll be a little tricky just because of the fact that I'm going to have to try and stay sideways to reach those spots. If we get like the actual wings and all that, that'd be far more doable. Now, we want to get this for the barometer for extra science. Plus, with all these things, we can get ourselves parachutes to save the other parts of our ship, which will help keep our money, our costs down. So that's going to give me that. So let's go look at our next mission options. So I've got this one mission here, which I need to just get to a certain altitude over Kerbin with that. And you want me to try to get to this location and take a crew report there. Alright, where are we going? So we need to get to 1900 meters near Salvage's Glory. Oh, it just needs to be above, like literally anywhere above. So that just means I'm going to need to turn my ship somewhere in that direction and do that. In the meantime, we can pop in here, check out our new stuff. You don't think you played Kerbin since you upgraded your rig? You should give it another crack at it. Yeah, it's a good game. So we can go ahead, we got a new science instrument. And you'll notice I'm trying to distribute these science instruments pretty evenly on the top as best we can. All of those are going to create some wind resistance that can make it hard to keep the rocket where you want it. And so it is good to try and do that as much as we can. So we got heat shields. I don't think we're that worried about the heat shields quite yet. It wouldn't be a bad idea to put that heat shield on there just as a precaution. Oh yeah, we could do the lander legs. I don't think we're at the point of needing those quite yet. A service bay, ideal for protecting delicate instruments like stowing small service components such as... Yeah, we don't really need that yet. We will want that. We already got the decoupler. We got the flea and the hammer rockets. We're not trying to really push way more up. Let's go ahead and plunk you off. Plunk you off. Plunk you off. Grab our fuel tank. slam on 2 more of those guys, and that's probably the limit where we're going to start taking the Curse of Rocketry. For those who don't know, rocketry, you have a very strong limiter that for every pound you add to a rocket, you need that much more of everything else to lift it. So it becomes an exponential growth problem where to get the same amount up, it becomes more and more. Let's see, a drogue chute is a small design, deploys high up, certainly not enough to stop from smashing the ground, but useful for slowing craft down before deployment of the main chutes. That's fine. I'm going to put a pair of parachutes on you. Alright, so I definitely want this to be more than a single stage, because that sounds horrible. So let's add in our stage. So main booster goes on. They'll add another stage here for the decoupler. And that'll engage those parachutes. And then our separate parachute. So that way things don't get all snagged on each other. Alright, and Jebediah is going to hop in here. Gives me this fun time? Yes, it is. Okay. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. And the 2 contracts we got going on is one is to get up to this altitude at this speed. We'll see if I can get there. The other one's to get over to Salvage Glory. So I don't know how I'm going to tell exactly where Salvage's Glory is. I'm assuming there'll be some indicator on my little navigator thing. And so what we'll do is we'll slowly pivot the ship just over that way. We could probably go here to the map. The Salvage's Glory is over there. Activate navigation. Can't tell where it is though. That's what I gotta do, is I gotta maneuver mode. Yeah, we don't have the maneuver mode on the ground. Alright. So we've got this mountain range in the water. So we're trying to go that general direction. So let's try toggling the map. So there's the water that way, so we're going over this way. Alright. So we will see how this goes. Alright. That's to be nowhere near adequate. Okay, so that was a flub. That was a failure. Because I'm not in the right course. I need to be way over here. And we actually got our situation to be worse. Those extra fuel tanks added a bunch more weight. And because of that extra weight, we actually didn't get as much out of it. So there's a concept of delta V. That's your ability to change acceleration. So we actually lowered our delta V because I basically have too much weight on the rocket. Space at 77 or whatever? Yeah, that's fine. We're not trying to go space right now. So these are too much. For a little bitty rocket engine. So what we're gonna probably do is, as much as I feel like this is not going to go well, you know what we could do? Who needs to have good control over the situation? Let's go ahead and get our coupler. And put you there. Slam on the big engine. This again is probably going to not go great. And we can go ahead and slap a couple of parachutes on you. Okay, so first engine kicks in. We stage. That triggers these parachutes and that coupler. We want another stage here for this coupler and the dual parachutes there. Yeah, so then this engine kicks on. Alright, so try that now. Just put Jebediah in there. Stay in the cockpit, buddy. So the problem with this is solid rocket boosters, they don't swivel or anything. You don't have a lot of control over that. So it is very much, you're just hitting the go button and hoping for the best. So if your rocket's badly unbalanced, there'll be no saving you. Okay. I'm gonna barely miss that, I think. Yeah, so I ever so slightly missed this. We're at the right altitude now, but we weren't going fast enough when we got there. And then I didn't have the decoupler still. Alright, let's go back to reverting the flight and vehicle assembly. Have you played the game before? It sounds like you have the basic concepts. Yes, I played the game. I've like landed on the farthest planet and all that, but that's been years ago. Alright, let's see. So with this, I might be able to make this work now with the extra fuel because we'll be higher up. Let's go to our fuel tanks. We'll plug those in. Okay, and again, it's got all my staging all jacked up again. Okay, so stage 1, solid rocket booster. Stage 2, we don't decouple that, we decouple this. We don't pop those parachutes. We pop these parachutes. So that drags away the solid rocket booster. From here, we want stage 3. That's going to be kicking on our liquid engine. Actually, we can do it at the same time as this. And then that'll pop you and you. And then we don't do anything with that until we're done. Alright, so let's try launching that again. So let's see what we can do with this. So turn on our controls. And again, the place I'm trying to reach is over that way, if I'm going for that. It'll take us a little bit more to launch this because we are carrying significantly more weight with all those extra fuel tanks. But then the hope would be, with those extra fuel tanks, I can get more distance. Okay, solid rocket booster's done. Give ourselves a little bit of a slant. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Okay, we're starting to overheat. We're at the right speed. Hold the speed just a few more seconds, and contract done. So we can jettison all that stuff off the back. So we can go ahead and let's avoid doing that. Observe the goo. Keep the report. Crew report. Apparently we're not going to get anything from that. So don't worry about that. We can log the temperature. Cool. We can log the pressure data. Cool. We can hold you in place and take a little bit of a risky choice, which is you're going to go EVA. Oh. We're not going to go EVA. Apparently we need an upgrade to do that. So technically we are way high enough that we're considered in space. But if we were to look at our actual, where is it? The map, unfortunately, we are, is that going to be close enough to be considered over? I don't know if that'll be close enough to be considered over. I have no idea how sensitive that is. Yep, no, I'm aware. I'm trying to reach Salvage's glory, and I just didn't get my angle wrong. Because that's what I'm trying to do, is do the report above Salvage's glory, which is right there. Yeah, no, that's definitely not right. But with that, that does tell me I will have enough thrust to do that. Usually for these ones, I'll make a space plane and just fly over them and then try and land. Those get to be pretty rough to do, though I imagine that's been a number of versions ago. So we can go ahead and toggle the map. Jebediah is just doing Jebediah things. Not the EVA. Oh, right. I see. So crew report. And transmit that. Crew report. Nah, focus survey contracts are still garbage. Never bother with them. Too much effort for too little payout. Well, yeah, for me it was mostly the science and all that, but yeah. You put fuel tanks in the first stage and change the inclination of your trajectory before you boost and try and maneuver. Yeah, and that is one thing you can use the liquid fuel booster to like angle yourself, then kick the bigger ones and the solid rocket boosters. All right. Yeah, so right now we're too high up. So it gets into the dark blue. We'll try doing a crew report and see if it makes a difference. Okay, and we'll keep that report. We don't want to transmit it because it'll run our battery out. Alright. And there's our parachute. We can turn all this stuff off. And we can pick up our speed. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. They don't have enough power left on the battery to do another sending the report. And it slowly drifts its way into the water, and we will be good. Okay, and EVA report. Thank you. Get back in. Alright, so... toggle the map. That's fine. Alright, so we want to go to the tracking station. We can go recover that, and we should be good. So we've got you. Recover the vessel. We got a whole lot of science out of that. 72 science. That was a really good one. We got really well paid. So that's solid. No XP on Jebediah for some reason though, which is a little curious, but that's fine. So we can go to research and all that. Okay. Why not use the recover button behind the altimeter? Oh, I missed it. I was sitting there going, you think the end flight button at the top of the altimeter? Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is I mentioned earlier, like, I know there's a button here somewhere, I couldn't remember where it was. Alright, so we got the stability stuff. That gets you into the aviation, and that's when we would have a lot more time to do, like, the other surveying stuff. Basic science, that gives us the Science Junior, which is another thing we could do for science. It also gives us batteries and all that. That'll be most of our science there. And then from here, we'll grab the better rocketry stuff. And then we're spent. Alright. So let's go to our mission control, because we got another contract done. So I still have the contract here, which I've got 4 years to attempt to do. Which is just to get up higher and... oh, no, that's the survey one. So I'm going to not grab another survey one. So you want me to test the flea at this higher altitude. So we can do that. Not a huge amount of pay, but that's okay. Ferry 2 tourists to safety and back. Okay. I didn't realize they add that kind of stuff. Yeah, so there's offers expire somewhere. Okay. Right, so the offer expires in the next 5 hours. We could just straight up go for the orbit Kerbal and all that. Those are your bigger milestones. Let's see, we want you to test the shield. Perform a test. Use the run test option in the parts context when the test conditions are met. So that's going to be like return velocity and all that. And you are willing to pay me like 30,000 and some change, give me some science, all that. Yeah, like the orbiting is just a straight thing there. Well, the fleet would be an easy test. These don't pay very much, though. 16,000 is probably what's going to cost me to actually do the launch. The ferry tourists is interesting. Well, let me just grab this one. And I have how long to do it? All right, so we're going for orbit now. So for the vehicle assembly building, we're gonna take our little rocket here. And it's gonna need to be better. So let's grab you. Grab the parachutes off of there. Grab this whole stage and dump it. We've got the swivel. Yes, the swivel. So the Reliant is lighter, but otherwise mostly the same stats. It does have a higher thrust and max temperature. Okay. Let's start building a rocket from the top instead of the bottom. Why can I not select this? Can't seem to click on any of them. That's fine. We'll try and do it like this. So we got our rocket here. Reset. There's nothing to reset. Okay, let's leave. Don't save. Vehicle assembly building. Cool. Perfect. Alright, so with that, we're going to go ahead and work on all this stuff. So, that's the service bay for holding stuff. Not going to worry about that. Let's start with our science stuff. We've got our thermometer. Let's see, experimental storage unit. After discovering in old snack boxes that were really effective at storing mysterious goo and data tapes, Kerbal scientists create an experimental storage unit to help Kerbalnauts bring their valuable science back to Kerbin, while avoiding the hazards of re-entry, rough landings, and Jebediah's piloting skills. Alright, so we've got the goo. Put the barometer here. Put the Science Junior down there. Let's actually move all this stuff down to the Science Junior so it's all in like one big collected area. Okay, so we've got all you down there. We're going to want to go to our utility, slap on a parachute, and we'll have all that. We are going to want to go to the thermal plate and add that here. Alright, so we've got the top of our rocket. So we're going to go from here to our decoupler, because we need to detach that. Okay. So for here, we're going to go ahead and add a small fuel tank. And a really small engine. That's for while we're in space. We're gonna add our decoupler there. Gonna overdo this probably. We're gonna also want on here a pair of parachutes. They'll go down here. Gonna put a couple of these on there. And I'll have that as our main engine for all of this. I don't have side decouplers yet, so whatever solid rocket booster I put on here is going to be just stuck with it. So I think we're going to do some hammers. So these are not going to be aerodynamic or anything. These are going to be a pretty bad situation for the whole thing. That is not the angle I want you. Gonna put the aerodynamic fins on there because they're gonna be stuck on you. Not see if that's even or not. Okay, and for this, in that case, You got cute, weird tubes. Yeah, I was gonna say, in this case, we don't have the ability to do like the aerodynamic things on them or whatever, so we're just gonna slap these on and hope for the best. Okay, so the staging. Stage 1 is gonna kick on Angry Orange Engineer Report. Yeah, it's got a really high mass. So, we're not doing those first. Get you out of the way. So first is you. Second are these. So the idea is main rocket gets us relatively in the right direction. Then we fire off the big engines. Once those are done, we pop the decoupler and those parachutes. That stage is done. This engine kicks on. And pop that. Yeah, so this is warning me that my mass is too big for my craft. But I am curious how this will go. I'm also curious if it's going to tip over because this isn't... It doesn't have the thing to go on. We'll see how we go, because these probably need to be lower. Think that'll do. Alright, so we'll see what happens with this. Your craft is too heavy. The launch pad can't support vessels higher than 18 tons. Ah! Okay, that wasn't a thing the last time I played. Alright. Alright, so let's try going here. Does that make a good thing? Let's see, I think you thought it out well. Maybe you're eat the maps for breakfast. Yeah, no, it's the mass that's the problem here. And I do feel like we don't have the parachutes, we're gonna lose a lot of money. I just need to shave a tiny bit of weight. Honestly, this decoupler might be unnecessary. Well, no, that's gonna be necessary. I don't want to shave yet another fuel tank. Alright, let's try cutting this down to 2. And put the extra fuel tank back. Yeah, this will work. So solid rocket boosters are really heavy. Okay. So let's check on our staging again. So main engine comes on to line us up. Upgrade the station. Yeah, I can upgrade the pad. That's definitely something worth doing. So we got you there. So kick you on, kick you on. We stage that. Those should be on the same stage, and I think we're good. Alright. Yeah, so try this, and if this doesn't work, we can try always upgrading the building. So let's go to launch. And thank you, Blaze of Haze, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month, and you chose to use it here. So thank you so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. Alright, so with that, we can check our report. So my goal is to orbit Kerbal, and we're probably not doing that one right now. So throttle to the max. Just give ourselves a little bit here. Main thrusters on. That's not what you want to see. You're heading back where it should be. That did not have remotely adequate fuel. Okay, so we definitely took a big step back on what we're doing. We have too much mass, not enough delta V. Because that whole bottom stage is supposed to get us into space where this little rocket up here is mostly just there for maneuvering. So that was what we call a failure.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Liz, for the 1,000 biddies. That's incredibly generous of you. I really do appreciate it. So that does mean a whole heck of a lot. So we're going to put just the 2 fuel tanks there, because we're going to try and keep that mass down for the amount of thrust we're getting. I'm a little tempted to see like how many of these, if I could slap some thumpers on there and just put us up there. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's go to the building and upgrade it. Oh, Golden Kappa train. I totally missed that that's a Golden Kappa train. So we've got a Golden Kappa train going on. So anyone who's looking to get involved in all that, that will give you the Golden Kappa emote and everything for the next 24 hours, if that's something you care about. All you have to do is like do any type of like subs or whatever, like Gifty subs, bits, all that, and you'll get the Golden Kappa. I totally missed it as a Golden Kappa train. I'm also trying to remember where we upgrade our buildings. Oh, right, there's a whole bunch of things here. But yeah, again, thank you so much for that support and all that kind of good stuff, kicking that off and all that. Let's see, we can raise some money by exploiting the attention we get from a new successful adventures. Remind well-to-do Kerbals out there that we could use their support and the contents of their wallets. This is probably going to be seen as a bit cheeky of us, so be prepared for some backlash from the public. So we can burn some of that. We can get patents, unpaid research. So we lose reputation gain for other benefits. That eats a little bit of our money for more science. This eats science for a lot of money. Appreciation campaign takes money for reputation. Open source tech, not enough science. You can eat a lot of reputation for a chunk of money. Okay, so we can spend extra money, and it'll increase the minimum cost of recovery, but decrease the maximum. Interesting. So we're not going to mess with any of those. The astronaut complex is for training and all that. Where do I upgrade you? Rual has created such a kind community. You're lucky how they can know enough to support him. What's Rual? Yeah. I'm not sure where we upgrade the building, because this didn't used to be a thing. And it's not super intuitive here. So admin building. Yeah, I'd assume it'd be the admin building. But all these are like modifiers. The astronaut complex. I can hire pilots and all that. That just tells me who's doing what. We have the flagpole where we can change our flag. Okay. Was one part. It's not in the research and development. It's definitely not going to be a runway or the plane hangar. It'd be weird for it to be under tracking. Okay, we recovered our debris. Where's chat? It's just a quiet night. It's just a lot of people lurk. Okay. There we go. So 15,000 to upgrade the landing pad. And thank you so much for all the support. I really do appreciate it and all that stuff. Is this vanilla pipe through? Yeah, there's no mods. Let's see. At Mission Control, all available contracts are managed. Can be managed. It also offers very nice view at the launch sites for anyone who is brave enough to be so close to that. You didn't want the golden cap, but that's totally fine. Yeesh. That is a ridiculously expensive one. The tracking. And thank you, Liz, for another 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that support. I really do appreciate it. It's nice, And thank you, Star Smart, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. That's too much of a sub to the chat. Yeah, and the golden cap, it's like, it's a gimmick. So we can have more max strategies and max commitments. We can have more active Kerbins. And now Kerbins can disembark. They can place flags. They can perform EVAs. You have 12. Alright, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay. So max parts. I see. Well, the mission control, tracking station upgrade required for flight planning. And that'll let me have more contracts. So I'm going to pay that because more contracts. We already upgraded the launch pad to give us more stuff. And let's be very careful. Free lurker, not frequent chatter. Well, thank you, Kiwi Wonder. And it's no problem, like, you know, by all means, lurk away. Like, don't feel, like, drawn out. So, with this, though, being able to do that many different contracts at once, one, feels like a very dangerous thing to give me. But two, and thank you, Kiwi Wonders, for the tier 1 sub. The 3 months you've been sub channel, I really do appreciate that. So thanks so much for that. It means a heck of a lot. So we are using these plates. There's a good chance I'm gonna run that test whether I mean to or not. The running the hammer and all that above and the swivel and the flea is probably somewhere gonna happen just as we go. And thank you, Liz, for another 10 tier 1 gifty subs to the channel. I really do appreciate it. You're all being incredibly generous, so thank you so much. It means a whole heck of a lot. It amuses me so much that all of the support is dropping after the hype train. That was a golden kappa train. That amuses me greatly, because, like, by all means, that happened, and I really do appreciate, like, all support that did that. But the fact that more support's coming after that, to be fair, if I'm being genuine, I don't care about the Golden Kappa either. It's like, it'd be one thing if it was a permanent thing and it was, like, extremely rare. That would be cooler. But the fact that after 24 hours it disappears, I'm like, I'm just not invested in that. Okay. So you want me to do the radial mount drag chute, which I need to do. And almost all of these have a 1-year time. I'm going to take my chances and take entirely too many things. And I'm going to regret that, I'm sure. But let's leave the facility, go here. Hey, but you just think that, like, people should follow you, and you don't... You didn't know about the hype train? Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, no, when you dropped the 1,000 biddies, it triggered a hype train, which is A-okay, like A+. Alright, so if we look at our contracts, I grabbed a lot. So I'm going to say my actual goal for right now is to get into orbit. It still gave it to you? Like, you missed the time and it was still like, here you go? That's amazing. Never change Twitch, but also maybe do. Alright. So you want to test the radial drag chute at a really low altitude at a slower speed. You want me to test the heat thing, you want me to test the hammer, you want me to test the liquid swivel. You just want me to have the flea on board. Okay, so regardless, we have a significantly higher weight capacity. Unfortunately, we don't have the side decouplers or anything like that. But what I am going to go ahead and do is we are going to put the...
Hankering for education, are we?
What is your favorite game? That depends. What is the alignment of the moon and stars? What time of day it is? Is the moon in waxing or waning? Basically, I'm saying I don't really have a favorite. It would change too frequently to be relevant. There are a lot of games I do like. Like, I have played a ton of RimWorld over the years. I like Farm Sim. I like Stardew Valley. I like Coral Island. There's a whole lot of good games out there. But yeah, I'm not someone who's like, this is my favorite game. I always come back to it. There's a lot of games I do like a great deal. So I'm going to put the parachutes, the drag chutes, and the other ones. You'll see about... Well, actually, no, because those are going to be attached, so those won't work as a test. We can go here. Put 2 of the drag chutes up there. So that we can test those. There are a few you always do go back to, like RimWorld. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. There's a lot of games I really, really like that I do go back to, but as far as like a favorite game, it's just too many different ones over the years. Alright, so that's the drag chutes we put up there. That's the heat shield. We got the hammer. And thank you, Liz, for the 1,000 biddies. I do appreciate that. You're being entirely too generous. I really, really do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much. We have the testing, the hammer. That's way up there, so that we're probably not going to do right now. I don't actually have the swivel equipped at the moment. We'll worry about that later. And we do have the flea, but we're not going to have those tested. We'll see what happens with this. I might get that just by default. Alright, well, let's see what happens with this. I've got the solid rocket boosters just on the get-go. I will put that stage to turn on there. You will want to be on this stage so that we pop the parachutes, the decoupler, and all of that. This engine kicks on. I'm feeling like I am going to need another fuel tank on you. But that should help. And then we decouple that. Then I got the drag chutes and then the main chute. As you might. Oh, you're good. And thank you for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. Alright, so let's see what happens with this one. So, we don't have any obvious things on the engineer report. Delta V, we can sit there and like hit the buttons and go, okay, what is our Delta V and all that. That's what I want to see, is I want to see the Delta V up here. It's fine. Alright, let's see what happens with this. Because we could definitely get like the big solid rocket boosters to just kind of force our way up, which may end up being a thing that happens. But right now, our goal is heckin' space. Like getting to orbit. So we're gonna turn just a little bit of the main thruster on. And use solid rocket boosters otherwise. Okay, start cranking it up to be a similar rate as those going. And thank you, Harry Paulzak, for the tier 1 sub. That's 18 months you've been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate it. Why are you whipping around so badly on that? All I know is we just basically wasted all that fuel. Alright. Okay, so I think what we're finding is those side hammers are not going to cut it. And thank you, Liz, for another 10 gifty subs to channel. You're being incredibly generous. Yeah, your current sea level Delta V. Yeah, now I gotta sit down and actually figure out what's a decent Delta V. This would be a completely unreasonable thing to do. Nor do I think these will be adequate. Okay, put you down there in that stage. And you up there into this stage. So we're trying the strategy of, let's not worry about any type of elegance. What if we just more thrust? Not really thinking that. I think you're great and you're sharing it with ours. No, I appreciate it. But like, you know, it's just like I want to thank it and all that. Alright, so where is it mentioning my Delta V? So this is my Delta V over here. Yeah, no, like, absolutely always take care of yourself first. First and foremost. Yeah, big thing is all the wind resistance against those flat rocket tops. Okay, so let's go. We don't have much in the way of thrust here. Because the idea here is as close as we can to the top here. We want to thrust along the path we're moving. Because the whole idea behind orbit is you're effectively falling but missing the ground. Okay, so we're doing a slow burn. And so you'll notice where we would crash is just going to keep getting wider and wider. Don't think we have it. I think our fuel's going to run out first. What's the goal in this launch? Orbit would be the idea. I don't think we got the fuel for it, though, unfortunately. Like, we're making good progress, but I just don't have the fuel. Yep, and that's that. Alright. So yeah, so that didn't seem to add hardly any Delta V. So if I just take it without the solid rocket launcher, rocket boosters, what does the Delta V show? And I think what's one of the things happening is because of all the wind resistance, we're getting into upper atmosphere. Yeah, so that's 1400 Delta V. So that's fine. We can go... Versus when I go and I put a... set of 4 of you on. And you put that. We could check to see what it says for a Delta V there. Because we were at 1400. The one where I put the really, really big boosters on, we're at like 2400. Yeah, so this has about the same Delta V, just slightly less than when I had those 3 giant boosters on it. Again, the wind resistance on that's gonna suck. But we're going to need probably a bit more than that. But what happens now if I go up to the top section? Okay, let's actually change this. Grab you off. Set you to the side. Grab the tiny ones here. So let's see, you have significantly more in there, but you weigh more. Let's check our staging. Oh, you don't have parachutes on the bottom part. Okay. Alright, so now let's see what it says for a Delta V there. Because we were at about 2300. We did shove another, a much bigger... See, if you delete the utmost engine, your Delta V should jump up. Right. But the goal here is to not drag all of this up while we're in space. But you're not wrong, because the whole idea is to get rid of all that mass, so that I'm using just that last little bit up there. But I guess the engine, how much does that engine weigh relative to the whole rocket? That actually is a thing I didn't think about. Because if the because the Delta V is about the exact same as it was before, but we did get more fuel. How heavy is this engine? So the engine is 1.25. As opposed to, like, the big fuel tank is slightly less. That might be worth trying out. So we get that out of the way. We slam that in there. There's nothing here? Yeah. Slam that in there. Because unfortunately, I don't have the radial decouplers to get rid of these side components. And then with that as well, we can get rid of you. Move that stage up there. So that means I'm dragging the whole thing into space. But at this stage, without being able to pop off the side things, I do not have radial decouplers yet. Yeah, so that lost us Delta V. But that's because we would have that there. Yeah, so a lot of this functionality wasn't available in the game when I last played. Like, you couldn't do that. You had to do the thing. So let's go here. Add a fuel tank. Add the Reliant, because it'll give me a better fuel efficiency. Add the decoupler again. So the goal here is to have the lower section push the upper section. Once we clear the atmosphere, we kick off the back piece. Because that back piece just weighs a lot, and once I've used up its fuel, it doesn't serve a purpose. So we're going to put you back. So you need to be staged up here. And you need to be staged up there. And that's that decoupler, so we'll need to move you up there. You need to be staged up here. But yeah, so I don't have the whole decoupler yet. I don't know if this is going to help, because it is, again, the exponential growth problem of rocketry, that every time I add weight, it is a thing that the heavier the rocket gets, the more fuel I need to lift the existing rocket, and so the cost just keeps building and building and building. That to get that little extra oomph to carry that extra weight is the whole thing. So we got that up to 2,600. That is substantially higher than we had, about 200 meters per second delta V more. Because we did add another fuel canister in the lower segment. Did you reset the parachutes? I believe so. Because, yeah, we've got these two rocket engines going here. I've got this stage set up here where those will pop, that'll kick on, and that'll decouple. And then this is to kick off that back piece, and then that's just the top of the rocket. Alright, so we're going to try this again. Our goal is orbit. So we're going to put just a tiny bit on our main throttle. It's going to be mostly the solid rocket boosters doing the work. And as they start to ramp up, we're going to start ramping up our engine here. And unfortunately, trying to fight those solid rocket boosters is doing nothing. There's just too much air resistance. So ramp our main engine up. Man, I cannot get this thing to turn at all. I am like full bore trying to fight it to the right. Alright. So, kill all that. Kick that off. I'm going to change my heading a little bit to around there. And what we're going to do is go to the map toggle. Gonna try and slowly adjust this. I don't think we got high enough. Alright. You're just wondering why you're putting chutes on the lower stage when they get dropped? The chutes won't do anything and become extra weight if you're carrying. Can't you recover the debris? If the chutes are on there? I was pretty sure you could do that. Alright. Only if you remain in physics range of parts. Which is only if you... Oh, that's... Okay. Well, that's a bummer. Then yeah, there's no purpose in that. Well, okay. Well, we can try doing that again with all the parachutes blown, because... I'm trying too much to spare the parts, so that means these serve no purpose. That means these serve no purpose. Just that top section. That shouldn't save me too much weight. The big problem I was running into this one is once these kicked on, there was no maneuvering it. That thing was just fighting straight up. I couldn't angle it at all. But that is the Reliant versus the Swivel. Let's try taking the Reliant off and putting the Swivel in. Because that's the whole idea. The Swivel is, you know, it swivels. So we'll try that. That'll probably hurt our Delta V a little bit, but I'll probably be able to be better able to put it in the direction I want it. And it could be a thing that I need to not be fighting with just trying to get to orbit and instead focus on some of these other things to get some more science going on. Okay, so a little bit of fuel stuff going on. All right. Okay, you don't have the radial decoupler, so potential Kerbal stupidity. Inline decoupler below the bottom liquid engine, SRB's radial attached. Yeah. Alright, so we actually have almost a good 70-ish more Delta V. Okay, a little too ambitious on that twist. Start kicking on our main booster. Slam that sucker to the top. So we got a little bit more of an angle, not quite the angle I wanted. That'll just have to do. If I sit here fighting it, I'm just going to waste all my energy wiggling. I might actually complete this contract by sheer happenstance. And I got slightly too high to actually get the swivel test. Oh, it has to be not used. That's fair. Alright. So tiniest little bit of fuel on there. And thank you again, Liz, for the 5,000 biddies. I do appreciate that. That is ridiculously generous. So thank you again. Alright, so basically I want to wait till this mostly lines up with my heading. And then we want to give it a bit more throttle. We're trying to... keep that as much as possible. We don't want that to dip below there, because that means I'm kind of pointing at the ground. So I need more throttle than that. So close. Alright. Did I get any contracts done? No, because got to run tests on a lot of this stuff. Let's see if I'm going to get a decent amount of science. That's 22 science. Crew report. Has no worth. We can decouple that. It's just dead weight now. Observe the goo. Reset that. Toggle pressure data. We'll keep that. Toggle temperature, keep that. Yeah, so I'm gonna accept that we're gonna lose a bunch of the turn your way. There you go. We're gonna lose a bunch of the potential goodies. Where are my things here? So we need to test these. At 1,300 meters. So I might be able to get that contract done there. Maybe. We're not losing speed fast enough. Come on, lose some more speed. I think I missed the window by slightly. Because it wants me to actually run a test. Okay, so I can't remember which ones we didn't test. So the crew report we still have. We still have that to deal with. We already got the temperature logged. We already got the barometer done. Yeah, so we're just going to take this as a, we spent money and we're just going to get a bunch of science. Because we can get those radial decouplers and kick those solid rocket boosters off, and that should give me more than enough to get to orbit. Because all that dead weight and air resistance after we've gone that far isn't helping anything. So let you dip in the ocean, and then we'll take our crew report and all that. It's just these two tests we're waiting on. Yeah, because a lot of these I gotta test them. So I gotta get up into the air and then pop the test. And a lot of those tests, like I said, I tend to do a lot of these on the space planes when I last played. Because you take the space plane, just attach the thing on the bottom or top or whatever, run the test, and then just decouple it real quickly after the test is done. We'll revert that because Jebediah would have died. I think those actually... Run test usually means stage. Right, okay. Let's see, from a quick glimpse you saw in the vehicle assembly building, you don't have the delta V or velocity to achieve the orbit. Yeah, no, I think we're coming up short, and a big part of that is all of this crap I can't get rid of. So it's just dead weight. So we're going to try and work on those contracts. There's one contract going up. We were just basically right about there. So we'll try and grab that on the go-by. And we'll see what we can do with that. So we got our contracts. So the flea, I don't think we can realistically test. I don't think we're getting up to that height on just the main booster. The swivel, we're not going to be able to test because it's already up there. The hammer is what I have, but again, I don't think we're getting up to that height. This one is a maybe. This one is a definitely. I might also be, if I could point this rocket in the right direction, we might also be able to do some stuff. Alright. So, grab you. Well, that's not encouraging. I'm actually losing speed right now because of the, I was losing speed because of the air resistance. I don't have a fleet for testing, so we can't do that. Okay, we did the test. So at a minimum, we have finished one of our contracts. So get you out of here. So for the heat shield, I just need to go up. Would it be less resistance if tanks were 2 radial and not 4? Yeah, so if we had 2 on the sides, it wouldn't be as wind resistant. But then it'd be a matter of if we have enough. Okay, so we are at the right height. The question is, can I get it at the right speed? For the heat shield test. The other ones we can't do, but this heat shield test I might be able to make happen. That's fine. So crew report, worthless. Thermometer, worthless. Goo. Keep the goo. Barometer, worthless. Material study. Keep that. Do you speak Spanish? I don't speak Spanish, so it'll be one of those things that I'll have to ask people to not use Spanish, just because it's one of those things that I have an obligation to moderate, so you know, you get the whole deal. Oh no, yeah, you're good. It's just the thing of saying, like, with the obligation to moderate, you gotta worry about that stuff. Okay, so what we're hoping here is that as we get back in, I'll hit in this range or this range to run the test on that heat shield we've got. Or the test on the radial parachutes. Because we are starting to come back down. Okay, still nothing there to test. All right. Because they're going to get a lot of speed coming down here. So the question is, will it be in that range? At this stage, I have no control over what speed we're going to go. We're either going to hit it or we're not. Okay, we're getting close to the range we're aiming for with this thing. So far as our altitude. I need to pick up a lot of speed a lot faster than it is. I don't think we're going to be moving fast enough. . Oh, we got new data here. New data there. Yeah, I'm gonna be going too slow. Alright. So that's okay. We'll miss out on that one. That's fine. The next one is this one. Crazy idea, but can you fire retros to gain speed while falling? Yes. I probably won't need to do that in the long run, but that could potentially help with that type of thing. Okay, so let's deploy one of those chutes. Yeah, it's the same problem. I'm just not going slow enough by the time we get to the point I would need it. That's whatever. Alright, we are only missing a crew report from here, otherwise everything else is fine. So this time we got all the parachutes, and what I think happened last time was this fast forwarding when we hit the water, and it just outright killed Jebediah. Like I said, when you're moving time fast, especially near the ground and all that, you tend to get some funky results. Because the sheer number of parachutes I have, we shouldn't be having issues landing in the water. Alright. But the good news is we did get one contract done, and we're going to come back with enough data I can probably get radial decouplers, so I can take those solid rocket boosters and kick them off the sides. And by kicking those off the sides, it should help a great deal in the Delta V situation by getting the solid rockets knocking all that weight off when we're trying to use our main booster and all that. Another thing would be nice if I could get that liquid rocket booster just to angle a little bit and then kick off the solids. That way I'm not going straight up and then trying to fight to angle it as we're in the air. It's not the end of the world if I have to do it that way. Alright, let's try to spare you physics shenanigans. Okay. Because they're not dropping very fast, as you can see. Let's see, the 909 engine would also help with the Delta V, as the swivel is not as efficient in low atmosphere and is quite heavy. Well, that's, my top engine is the Reliant. The bottom engine is the swivel. Alright. And you mentioned there was a retrieve rocket. That's abort. So that's what I'm missing. People mentioning a retrieve rocket near the altimeter, which don't see. Because I can avoid leaving the screen. Hover right above the altimeter. Ah, it's hidden. Recover vessel. Yeah, so stage 1, I'm using the swivel to like get my angle right and do all that. So we got 67 science. We did make a good chunk of change. So all in all, that was good. Yeah, no, upper stage I am using the 909. And I'll grab that one. I'll probably regret a lot of this, but that's fine. Okay. Oh, I need to go to the research and development place. Let's leave here. Research and development. Okay, so the radial decoupler is here. We want that. Let's grab that because otherwise we're going to be tempted by other things. We have advanced rocketry, which would be really good because that gives me nose cones and everything for, that's not the nose cones. What are these? We got the Terrier liquid fuel. Yeah, so this will be a very fuel-efficient final stage. Smaller fuel tanks and all that. We have flight control, which can be really solid. We have this for doing all the survey stuff if we wanted. We have the decouplers. Apparently just a flag. And engine plates and more decouplers. This feels like my next one, because the Terrier here definitely feels like it'd be a good choice. What are you? There's a large firework launcher. Oh. Okay. Weird. You got a different fuel tanks. The fuel tank adapter. Ah, gotcha. I thought it was the Reliant is what you were talking about. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so let's go over here. Yeah, so what you're talking about is on this stage. Grab you out of here. And instead go to our fuel, our engines. Get the Terrier.
Yay.
Thank you, Liz, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that and all that. Now I can get these out of here for a moment. I'm gonna do couplings. We get radio couplings. Because now if we do it like this, what I should be able to do... Oh yeah, I forgot there's the side thing. Let's see, fireworks were added to celebrate the 10th anniversary. Not particularly practical, just pretty. That sounds like, it's like, yeah, that seems like a very Kerbal thing to do, is just have fireworks. I remember how you zoom in. Those are not right. Okay, so we've got all you. Utilities. That's all fireworks and crap. Cargo we don't care about. None of this is important right now. That's all fine. That'll be a big important thing later. We're not yet worrying about... Ah, there we go. Aerodynamic nose cones. What's your Discord link? Exclamation mark Discord will take you there. Got the winglets. Payload we don't care about right now. Right, okay. So that is a much bigger fuel tank. So let's take that aside. Take you aside. Grab these fuel canisters. Grab 2 of these bigger ones. Put you back. Put you back. Okay, so the plan. We fire off the solid rocket boosters. We got all our couplers. That is not the order those should be in. There. So that kicks on the swivel there. Once that's done, we kick that coupler. We get that going on. And then we kick the coupler just to ditch the weight. And then we got parachute stuff. Alright, so on the list of things that we want to try and go out our way. So we've got the fleas to use them in low orbit. Do I think we can get up to that height on just those? Huh. Oh, test the decoupler. Alright, we're gonna do a really fast test here. Test decoupler on the bottom. Cool. Launch pad. Oh, that didn't count. 1 second, revert to launch. Because we can just instantly finish the contract. And so test radial decoupler landed. It's not giving me credit for it. Does something need to be attached to you? Oh, you have to do it through staging? Okay. Do I think that's going to mess with a lot of stuff? We're going to find out. So, tested. Cool. We have finished our very first test. And then meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and fly like it's there the whole time. So these two are still just on the table to get done eventually. We're not going to be testing these on this run. And we want to do a crew report way up in the air. I don't know if we're going to pull that off. That's going to have to be a plane to get to those survey areas. I didn't even bother looking at this, but we're at almost 2,900. We're actually gaining in Delta V because losing weight. That's not the right button. Crap. That was wrong button situation. And thank you, Liz. I really do appreciate it. Means a heck of a lot that you would do that, but thanks so much for that. Okay. So, again, get credit for this. Staged. Get our settings. Launch. But thanks so much for that. Anything that can be staged must be tested through staging. The only parts that can't be staged and have a test is stuff like the heat shields, landing gear. Gotcha. Good to know. It'd be good if that information was, like, plainly visible on this list here. Like, instead of just test, it says, like, test by staging or something like that. Or stage, whatever. That's bad. So that's what happens when you don't have your... Alright. That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, so I need to keep the actual rocket, like, properly throttled up so that doesn't... Because I was trying to avoid causing too much problems. So we're going to go ahead and throttle this up the whole way, do this, stage that for the contract. Yep, so that's why that's pulsing, is it being like, you did it. Wait, what was that? Oh, I could track my fuel stuff. Yeah, I remember that. Yep. Okay, so this time we've got the primary engine fully throttled up. Alright, 1 second. Let's put some fins on it to give it the desire to stay on path. Because we're a little top heavy on it. Alright, so got some fins to help. Good question. Unfortunately, you're unable to satisfy the request. However, the message is left to support Rual. Yeah, it was hidden in the note. Yeah, so we got this. Alright. So we'll try this one more time. New plan. I'm going to hit the launch button. I'm going to fire off the decoupler, and I'm going to recover the vehicle. I'm going to remove the coupler, and then we'll see if we can't do the fins. So, boom, contract successful, and recover vessel. I could probably run the science test, but that's okay. And with that, we recovered all that stuff. That contract was done. Okay. Test the launch stability enhancer. Sure. Was the message helpful? Yeah, no, it was his whole thing. Alright, so I've got more money. Let's leave here again. We probably want to see what I keep left clicking when I need to right click. Let's see what it would cost us to upgrade things. Because it definitely feels like upgrading our facilities is going to be absolutely necessary for a lot of stuff. That would wipe us out. Don't really need more contracts. We could do the space plane stuff as well. I don't really... I mean, being able to disembark in space and put down their flags would be good. 75 is not an unreasonable price. I don't really care about that part. I don't really care about... What would you even give me? Ah, that's for, like, more science tests. I don't really care about that part. Yeah, so this would wipe me out to, like, nothing if I upgrade that. But it was one of these... Yeah, so that one would give me the ability to, perform space EVAs to give me a lot of science opportunity. Yeah, and that just literally changes it. Okay, cool. So we're not going to worry about that. What we're going to do now is going to rip off that radial decoupler that I was doing just for the one test. So how many parts do I have? Where do you show me that? Do you tell me that anywhere? Alright, well we're going to find out by going here. We're going to grab these fins. We're going to say I'd like 4 of them. Wrench at the bottom. Ah, I have to mouse over it. Well, crap. It means I can put 1 fin on, so that's not an option. Because the problem we're running into right now is we're spiraling out of control after firing it off. Liz, you don't have to give us everything. I really appreciate it, but, like, make sure you're taking care of yourself. You're being ridiculously generous. Thank you so much. But, like, make sure you are taking care of yourself. So we're not getting the fins on there. I don't have the part capacity for it. So what I could do is, instead of using these hammers and all this, let's go cut you down to 2. And grab the thumpers. They are slightly lower. We can add the nose cones there. We could add some fins here. Oh, I want that to be more entwinned. Alright. So, we're within our part constraints by 3. I'm a little concerned of where those decouplers are placed. That might snag the back of it. Yeah, no, the idea is I don't need the fins for while these are going. I need the fins for afterwards. To try and keep the rocket from flipping head over like cattywampus on me all of a sudden. Try to give it a little bit more aerodynamics. I don't know if it'll be enough with those tiny little fins. So I could do all this. Alright, so this one, we want orbit. We got about 3,000 Delta V. And that's with these big honkin' pieces on our side. Oh, and chat, 1 second, my apologies. I just realized my wife is home. I completely lost track of time, so I will be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes. In hindsight, the one I probably should have done is the cow where it's like the actively on fire. There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... That tells us about your personality, a random psychology test would say. Do corpses go away after a while? Yes, 9 days. All these bodies you see here, I have killed in the last 9 in-game days. All the bodies from before that are long gone. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh woo.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh woo that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just want to.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? That's bad. That's really bad. That's really bad. Get up. And we're safe. Whew. Nah, it's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled. Okay, and I am back. Sorry about that. It's normally Tomb gets home like 40 minutes ago, but she was picking up dinner for us and completely lost track of time, and I just heard her downstairs like, "Oh wow, it's like an hour later than I think it is." Which is kind of a good problem to have and all that. Oh, I forgot to start the ad break. We're gonna get hit with an ad break. It is what it is. Anyways, we'll see how this one goes. So we're going to be staging here in a moment. Already looking pretty good. Our Delta V is literally barely moving right now. Okay, so we want to just nudge it over. Need to bring that thrust down a little bit. Because ultimately what we're trying to do is we're trying to slowly make it an outward orbit, not just shoot straight up. Because when you're trying to orbit, you don't want to think about it as like going up. You want to think about it, you're going far enough forward relative to the Earth that while gravity pulls you in, you just keep missing it. Start trying to cut this angle. And thank you for the 1,000 biddies. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so let's take this view here. So what we want to do is we want to wait till we're more in line with it, because I don't want to keep blasting the thrust at full force right now. It's not going to help me much. I'm feeling pretty good that we're going to be able to get in orbit on this one. What I need to do is when we get closer to around maybe this angle, that our current momentum, the arc we're going, is about that angle, we start throttling up. And that's that way we're throttling in the direction of our motion as we're getting kind of closer to parallel to the planet. You don't want to wait till you're entirely parallel to the planet because you won't have the thrust fast enough. So you think you click on the sphere, you can change your course. It's more precisely keyboard. Yeah, no, there's a whole thing where you can go to like the maneuver mode and all that, where you can sit here, grab a thing, and like drag the pegs and all that, and it'll like mark like this is the angle you need to be. You need to throttle for 10 seconds and all that. I found that less useful getting into orbit, but like once you're trying to go from this planet to the next planet and all that, that becomes absolutely necessary to do it without really like struggling the whole way. Start giving ourselves just a little bit of throttle. You think that might be locked behind some building upgrades anyways? Gotcha. Yeah, I played career mode when they first introduced and all that. They didn't have a lot of that stuff in it at that stage. Alright, so we're gonna gradually throttle up. But you'll notice, if we turn the camera to this angle, that ring is just going to keep getting broader and broader. Yeah, and that's the same thing. It's like, when did I last play KSP? It's like, man, it has been a while. And we're just having a very slow burn on our engine. We just want to kind of keep at the very top here. But we're not even on our final stage yet, which has a larger gas tank, or a larger fuel tank than we did in the last one. So we're looking at a solid achieving orbit here. Okay, we're almost parallel with the surface. We can kind of throttle up a bit more. We're almost in full-on orbit. And it's official. Orbit. Now, on this side, we're probably getting close enough to Kerbal we catch a little bit of wind resistance over here, or air resistance here, which would gradually deorbit us, I believe. I can't tell. Yeah, it's not showing, because normally we'll be able to see the, we'll like the high and the low point of our orbit and all that. But with what we got here. Alright, well now with us being in full-on orbit, let's log our pressure. Nothing to do there. Observe our goo. I'll wait till we get better. Crew report. Don't worry about it. That's our fuel tank that we still got sorted. Material study. Not worth it. It's periapsis. You'll be at about, you'll be at 88 kilometers. Yep. So nothing we can do here, but did I do the upgrade for the EVA? I keep forgetting. So EVA report, keep report, climb back in. Stops at 70, gotcha. Well, the other, yeah, no, if it's 88k, yeah, we're good. So we did achieve the big contract we were going for. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna let this go around orbit a little while. My curiosity here is I don't remember the rules so far as where you can, because I know there's like whether you're on low orbit, whatever, that kind of thing. Yeah, so it looks like all of this is going to be this way. So we've satisfied this part of the objective. So the way we deorbit, actually I can't remember if there's a milestone for going one full orbit around the planet. I feel like there was. Yeah, so that's where we're from. And that's another launch site. Yeah, and that would be the moon. We are nowhere near ready for the moon. So we let the ship do one full orbit. Oh, I see that it mentions the periapsis and the apoapsis. Alright, so I'm going to try to do something that might not be advised. What we're going to try to do is on this next path, I need to do survey data up here. I might try to deliberately slow to bring the ship to come down towards where that was actually the survey data back there. I'm looking at the wrong one. So we've completely blown it, so never mind. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just deorbit. We've done a full orbit. That's what I cared about. So now we start burning thrust the opposite direction from our momentum to deorbit ourselves. So I want to see if we can't get away with getting one of get the heat shield one, because the last time we didn't come in fast enough. So this time I'm hoping we'll be going entirely too fast, and it'll be a great idea. That'll definitely have no consequences I need to worry about. So with that, the goal here is to go entirely too fast. Yeah, so there's nothing really to do here. Now, we should be more than deorbiting here, so I'm going to ditch that stage there, because I'm going to need my heat shield to protect me. And having a large, fuel tank with, highly volatile rocket fuel instead of a heat shield, probably not the answer I'm looking for. You're gonna let that orbit around for a little bit here. Trying to see where I could see my battery power remaining and all that. Okay, so we are starting to come into lowering towards the atmosphere. Okay. So we'll need to correct this. Alright, so at 62,000 meters or less, assuming we're in this range, I'll be able to run the test on the heat shield. And even though this shouldn't matter, we're on the opposite side of the planet. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Okay, so we should start seeing air resistant coming up. So we're slightly too hot on our speed. I might try and pop one of these. I'm hoping the air drag will solve my problem for me. I don't have to think about it. Okay, we're in the speed range, apparently. Why? We're not in that speed range. Why are you telling me I'm in the speed range? Don't lie to me. We were definitely over the speed range. Oh, it's orbital. Okay, it's surface. Okay, so we got our heat shield tested. So we should drop down to 40 meters. I'm expecting a lot of drag here. We were looking at the map. Okay, we are getting drag. It is lowering the area. Okay, good, good. Where's my... Huh? Oh, we're just zoomed way out. Okay. So we got that one done. That one we just have to launch with something. I can't do these two right now. That one, I'd have to just get really lucky in the landing. We're not pulling it off. That's... The orbit is done. The heat shield is done. So we're going to be bleeding off a lot of speed here. Like, we're basically riding on the atmosphere right now. Like, we're not even... If we look at the direction I'm going, I'm almost parallel with it. But I am skipping off the atmosphere, and so you can see my apoapsis and my parapsis are both coming way down real fast. Why are you violently moving my camera around? So you're actually gaining altitude again? Oh, that's not good. I'd really like you to start slowing down way faster than this. Really like you to slow down way past this. Because that meter there is our ship slowly getting to the heats where we'll start having really bad, violent reactions. Oh, I'm not worried about pancaking. I'm worried about incinerating. Worried about roast Kerbal. It looks like we're slowing down enough that it's not getting worse, though. Oh, no, I'm wrong. We're picking up temperature really fast. Please slow down. We are putting that we're putting that heat shield through its stress test in someone's business. Reminder to self, deorbit more aggressively. That's a nervous smile. Now he's just calm. He's like, I'm bored. Okay. Come on, keep slowing down. I'd like to get that one. Come on, slower, 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 slower. Too late. See, a little bit of spin for style. The good news is after this mission, Jed will be able to find the prograde and retrograde. Yup. Alright. So not a lot of science on this one, but we did get ourselves a good couple of missions knocked out. Yeah, it's honestly getting to that low of a speed is the real snag on this one. I'm probably just gonna need to make like a baby little rocket and just like launch it to get up to that range and like kill the speed and then pop the parachute just long enough to slow down. Alright. Log the pressure. Log the temperature. Just go ahead and observe the goo, because there's not much else for me to do right now. Keep that. We already reviewed... Oh, actually... Yeah, we already got the report from, Yeah, no, we EVA'd in space. I'd rather keep the space EVA. We'll actually get a decent amount of research, because I haven't run a lot of my tests right near the ground. Alright, so that's good. That's still 2 more... I forgot to slow down. I'm glad that didn't end badly. Alright, so it's still 2 contracts knocked down, a bunch of research. So we got money and we got science. Oh yeah, that's some good science too. And some good cash. We gain some reputation, and Jebediah knows how to do level 1, whatever the heck it is that matters. Alright, so we'll start with the science. So I got 76 to work with. Miniaturization. EVA experiments. Alright, we got stack separators and adapters and docking ports. A Guob ED monitor. What would happen if you left some mysterious goo sitting in a weird radiation and or atmosphere of some faraway planet? The thought has occurred nearly to every Kerbin, and now... Okay, so a lot of that looks like it's going to matter the most when we're on another planet. Electronics gives us ways to recharge our power, which is very important. With photovoltaics. Space exploration. Alright. And thank you, Liz, for another 1,000 biddies. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Honestly, that's been... I mentioned at the beginning of stream that, like, today was not an amazing day. Like, nothing bad happened, like, direly bad. It's just kind of, you know, the world is what the world is right now, and it's just one of those days where it's kind of hammering the point home. And so that's the reason we didn't play Rimworld, and I was like, man, I'm not in the headspace for that. So very genuinely, like, all that generosity is, you know, for a day that was otherwise been a tough day, really, really kind of helps take that out of that. Probato, I have no idea. Experimental control kit, coordinates with... Thank you with 5,000 biddies. I appreciate it. Can be left to gather data over long periods of time as the loneliness circuits were disabled during testing. Needs deployed power unit to operate. Okay, so that's interesting. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So my understanding of this is I get this thing, I dump it on someplace like the moon, and then with that, we would then go down here and grab this, get the photovoltaic that sits on the ground. Needs to deploy central station to operate. Central station. Oh, was it central or control station? No, it's a central station. But yeah, so it looks like they actually add a whole lot of stuff. Because it used to be you just go on the planets, you'd be like, it's a planet, yay! And you could do like the study on the surface, but there wasn't a whole lot to do there. Can you dump it from orbit for satellite science? I don't know, that'd be a weird thing. So if we grab this thing for the stability enhancer, that's for one of my contracts. It's a good thing to have. Plus you get all like the nose cones and adapters. That would eat a lot of our stuff. Flight control has its own benefits for making it easier for me to steer. This would let me do a bunch of those survey contracts. The heavy rocketry is, of course, to get ourselves up into space better. Fuel systems let us connect multiple fuel tanks and all that, so you can have like external fuel tanks, and then as they drain, pop off the fuel tanks and send them on their way. So we got decisions. Now the aerodynamics, it'll be a little hard to make a particularly useful plane without those. So these are 45, those are 90. So these are outside my price range anyways. All the ones on this tier. So we're looking at this tier. This will let me do a contract. I'm gonna grab the one that guarantees me a contract first. And then we don't have the science for ADR stuff, so that's fine. We're gonna leave the facility. Now, with this, I keep left clicking on it. I was saying with that, I very well could go in here and get the upgrade. It's going to wipe me out to remove the limit on stuff. If I upgrade you, I can literally take any contracts I can, like I can literally grab all the contracts. So explore the moon. Test the heat shield. Test the ant liquid fuel thing. Take 2 tourists in space. Okay. I'm gonna make bad decisions, chat. We are going full greed. We are upgrading. And if a contract exists, we're taking it. And are going to live by what contract has the shortest deadline. We do that. Hopefully there's a way to sort by that, which I'm suddenly realizing it probably isn't. Expires in 4 years, 5 years, 4 years, 4 years, never. Like a year and a half. 400 something days, 5 years. Yeah, so nothing is anytime new. Cool. So that was a big blow to our money. So we're just gonna go and try and knock out contracts like that. So for this, we can go to our contract list. For taking those survey data, that's gonna be that. Getting to the moon, we're not there yet. So it just wants us to fly with a flea solid rocket booster on our ship. We don't have to test it. We just have to fly it over that height. So let's plan to try and go that route. Let's yank these things off. And we're not trying to go to space right now. So what I could do here is grab you out of here. We can grab the flea, because again, I just have to have it. I don't have to use it. Alright. So we got the main one down there. That's this one. Which will certainly... Let's put you in your own stage, because I have a feeling a lot of things can go wrong with that. So that'll allow us to do the flea test. Test the stabilizer. That's nice and easy. We just need to go to here. That's the stabilizer enhancer. Okay, we've got our stabilizer enhancers. So we test that. We have to ferry tourists for a suborbital space flight. I'm not ready to deal with that yet. We have the hull, okay, so we're nowhere near ready for that. Test the heat shield. I don't even have one on. And then the radial mount shoots. Let's see if we can't make the radial mount shoots happen on this one as well. Because it's not that high up. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to put 2 sets of them on. And the idea is straightforward. I fire one set as soon as they're relevant. We fire the second set to do that. So the plan here is to get a couple things done. The contracts we're working on is 1, use the stilts. That's straightforward. I don't have to do anything there. 2 is I just need to get to this altitude in this range. And then we should just automatically achieve it. And then we can go ahead and, like I said, we'll have to try to go for the radial shoots. I don't know if we'll be able to get them all done, but we'll get what we can done. Now, granted, if I don't get enough thrust out of this main one down here, then that'll be a whole thing. So here's the contracts. So the flea is the first one we care about. It's not what I meant to do, but it's fine. It's definitely how all of that works. Okay, so I just need to have it. At 19,000 meters, I don't think we're going to hit that 19,000 meters with just this one burner. So let's try and approach it from the other angle. Okay, so we've killed the throttle. They'll drop in that range, and done. So I still have fuel left in there. So plan from here is we've got the radial drag chutes. Alright, so I'm going to switch the staging on this because I do not want to fire that. Let's kick that off. Kick you off. Honestly, we'll take it. Take that too. Okay. So we want to fire our first set of radial parachutes to slow us down. So hopefully we'll be under the 200 meters per second by the time we hit that 1300. I debated trying to keep the engine to like retrograde fire it, but I don't think that was going to work. We are slowing down a lot, so we might be fine. Because just need to be in that 130 meters a second to 200 before we hit 9,000 and then fire off the second set of parachutes. Those are in the wrong order. Glad I noticed that before it's too late. It's too late. It's gonna be just slightly too late, yep. It's fine. We still got that contract knocked out and that contract. So we still got 2 contracts knocked out. I'm not going to be upset about it. Go ahead and pop these. Alright, and we got all our research done. And we can go ahead and fast forward just a little. So the point is we got a good number of contracts knocked out. We got a bunch of that goodies. That's a bunch off the list. These will be great when we get a space plane, because we just make a fuel efficient space plane. We can just get to about, 20,000 feet or 20,000 meters and just kind of go around. Just go for a tour, get them all knocked down in one go. The space planes get really dodgy. Yeah, so the next major milestone is to fly by the moon. You'd want me to test the hammer pretty high up. Now, suborbital spaceflight just means I need to get to space. I don't need to achieve orbit. And we can just get the credit for that. That one wouldn't be too bad. I just need a passenger cabin for them. Which could even be like 3 of these side by side and be utterly cursed, but it would work. Yeah, it's the barometer's the only one that we don't have data coming in from. Name mosquitoes? Yeah. So, just goes and puts down the photovoltaic, and like the other thing, we'll probably actually have the value in doing that. Alright, let's drop that down to just normal speed. Thunk. And new science. Lovely. Recover the vessel, and we are good. So I got a bunch more science, 37 of it. We made a bunch of money. Got some reputation. Alright. So missing control. We have conduct atmospheric studies. So you want me to take more studies in flight. Alright. Is this enough research for me to space plane it up? We can try to make a space plane work. It's really hard without the aerodynamics. We will have jet engines. So we'll try for that, because I currently have, it's like 5 contracts right now that are all fly over like 20,000 feet and just do. So let's leave the facility, go over to the space plane hangar, and now I get to see how badly I remember space planes, because space planes were always really rough to kind of figure out. They're way, way more difficult than the rockets. So what we want here... It's weird that you're not locking. Okay. Alright, I gotta be careful, because space planes, we don't want it to be too heavy. So that's a straight-up rocket booster. We probably don't want to do a straight-up rocket booster. Because there's different fuel tanks for everything. What I need is a fuselage point. Engine plate. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Inspired by the upside-down birthday cake, but added with shrouds and windy things, clustering up multiple small engines. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, we don't need the couplers. That's for putting that in. We don't care about the cargo. Navigation light. Fireworks. A flag. Crew cabin. A cozy cabin for whatever. Yes, that's the intake jet. We'll need that. What I'm basically trying to do is what I'm putting in for the fuselage in the meantime. Structural fuselage. Okay, structural fuselage weighs like nothing. So we want that. The back, we don't really care about what's going on it right now. Yeah, and I've just got too many contracts tied up in planes, so we're doing that. So you got the structural wing, swept wing. Oh, I need you set up the pair. Okay, so wing connector B and E. I want you to be slightly up. Where's the center of lift? Not in a good place. Oh, I can't make it that wide. I understand. Alright, forget that one. We'll get the smaller ones. What are you? Oh, yeah, okay. Those are things that let me steer. They're important. So I can go back here. want. Okay, so that should give me some steering. It's very close on. Actually, we don't want that close. We want these farther out. I can't remember if the wings built in. There we go. All right, so that's going to be pretty touchy on the steering. Okay. Just you, those flaps are just a pain to place. Yeah, I think we make another fuselage piece. Not mirrored. No built-in flaps in the wings, good to know, because that would be cursed trying to fly otherwise. Alright, so now we're at the back. We are going to want some level of control back here. So we should have plenty of steering there. I'm probably going to have to put fuel inside that. I'm trying to keep it really light. Okay, so now comes the tricky part where I need my engines. So I believe... Alright, so that's space... Oh, okay. Okay, that's good to know. So let's go yank these wings off. Grab you out of the way. That's the fuel canister I actually need. That's spaceplane fuel, as opposed to rocket fuel. So in this case, let's put the fuselage pieces back on. Grab you out of the way, grab you out of the way, grab you out of the way. Grab you. And that might end up being way too heavy. Yeah, leave that alone. But we'll figure that out when we get there. And I do know that we have just the one wing there. I'll deal with that in a moment. Center you. Grab you. That's a lot of weight. Yep. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to see what I need to do, but yeah, no, that's we can check it out. That's the thing. I remember it's a whole deal about juggling between making sure you've got enough fuel to get around and all that, but also the weight gets way out of hand real fast. So I'm always scared to not have enough fuel, but also fuel's heavy. Okay, so we should have decent steering and all that on here. Now we need the actual engines, which will be interesting to deal with. Oh, we don't have the fuel lines unlocked, do we? Alright, that's gonna be a tricky one to figure out. So, if we check... We've got the circular intakes, and that's straightforward. They bring air into our plane. And then we should have the jet engine outs. And one little jet engine won't be enough, I doubt. I'll put one there just... Yeah, because that's what I need to do is get the side... Like, we need the engines off to the side somewhere. Let's see, single engine and takeoff drop boosters. Well, right now, this whole thing's hollow. Let's see, you can place the tiniest tanks on the front of the wings and air in tanks at the back. Gotcha, so that has a fuel tank right there. I wasn't sure if we need to run the fuel lines between it, because these two are structure, that's a fuel tank. So we do have one fuel tank in that set. That's what my comment was. So let's grab the little fuel ones. Oh, we're gonna need to do this. Mirror. Put you under the wing. We can get it lined up here in a second. Get the air intake. Get the... Oh, all the pieces have crossfeed. Good, because I know the rockets that's not true. Alright, so we've got... That seems fine. That actually might be okay. Because while it'll push the wings up, the nose will want to come down because this is where the weight is. I'm curious how that'll work. It might be one of those things that it flies really well at the beginning and becomes utterly cursed not long afterwards as the fuel starts burning down. But, you know, I have a feeling it'll be dramatic. You are really at a weird angle. Okay, meanwhile, there was somewhere in here I could sit there and show, like, what the weight distribution and all that. There you are. So the weight distribution is... You want it to be behind your wings, if I remember correctly. It's been a long time. The thrust is middle and slightly down. I don't know if that's bad. And then the aerodynamics, I genuinely don't know what that means. We're gonna have to just tinker. We're gonna learn. We're gonna make mistakes. Plane's gonna explode, but that's how you science. And hey, Invasiplex, how's that going? You want the center of lift to be slightly behind the center of mass. Well, it's well behind the center of mass. It's basically the same thing, right? And if I have it wrong, the plane bounces a little bit and then rolls sideways and explodes. Oh yeah, would you look at that, like butter? On the first attempt, we have a nice, stable plane. Now, the real question is, first of all, I gotta get way higher. I spent a lot of time when the planes were like fairly new, doing nothing but working on planes. Oh, we're losing speed. We don't want to do that. So now we need to get up to something like 20,000 feet, and then we just got a tour to do. Taking off's the easy part. Not really. I have had once, like, plenty of them go bounce, ricochet off to the side and explode. Yeah, the landing's the hard part. Considering I didn't put any parachutes or anything to slow it, so it's gonna be purely friction, which you can do. I don't think we have enough power to get to 20,000 feet. Because we're gaining altitude. Yeah, it might just be that this one won't be able to do it. Because I remember once you get high enough, it starts choking off that doesn't have enough oxygen. And so your engines will kick on an awful lot. I'm not sure we're going to get to 12. Like, we keep running in the situation where we're on that edge of accelerating, decelerating. And we're only at about 5,000. Now, actually, no, if I remember correctly, you pick up speed better at the higher altitude. It's just, you hit a point where the oxygen gets too thin, and your engines start just dropping off and all that. Yeah, I don't think we're getting up to the 20,000. I do agree that I don't think we're pulling that off. I believe what's going to happen is we're going to hit to, like, we're in a gauge where you have, like, the light blue, the kind of medium blue, and then the dark blue. I think we're going to get to that medium blue, and we're going to start having problems with the plane's engines kicking off. And once that happens, it's just going to spiral out of control, and it'll be bad. That's what's going to happen. Because we're actually about maintaining our speed. We lose a little speed, then we gain a little speed, then we lose a little speed. But we are gaining altitude more and more. Add 2 more engines for more lift. The problem you run into isn't a matter of lift. That's certainly a factor. The problem you run into is a jet engine requires oxygen to run, and as you get higher and higher up in the atmosphere, you have to be moving faster and faster or have more scoop to get that oxygen in for the mix. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to get to that higher altitude where the oxygen thins, and the engines are going to cut on and off. And then when that happens, it'll get real bad real fast. But there will be better engines that'll get more. Give it rockets inboard. I could technically put a small rocket engine on the back with a really efficient engine on it. And that might be able to push me over the height for bursts if we can handle the weight, which is a big if. But the problem is we're planning on doing this tour where I currently have, I believe, 7 different areas I need to go over and do reports on. You get the problem there. It's not going to be sufficient to do that many popping up and over. I also forgot to bring my pressure reading stuff. Yeah, so we're actually speeding up a little. We are gaining altitude slowly. I do think it's going to be a matter of I'm just going to need the bigger jet engines that are locked behind more tech. Which is a shame, because like I said, I have this whole screen of objectives is all stuff I'd probably want to do in the plane, because I can just fly over and scan them one by one. Would probably also want, like, the photovoltaic panel on the plane and the little antenna. So I can just keep sending out the logs one after the other. We'll see. I want to see when we start having failures. That's what we're doing right now. Is I just want to keep us gaining altitude until either I can't maintain it, or we start having failures. Because imagining we're going to probably have our engine start cutting on and off soon. Let's see, for now, anything that says in-flight below is easy, in-flight above is tricky. Was there in-flight below? Yeah, no, every single... Oh, actually, no, you're right. No, you're right, I can do this one. We can actually do this one right now. So I need zone 84 NK. So toggle map. Okay, so you have the navigation set there. So I'm going the wrong direction. So now's where we start learning stuff. Come on. Okay. So we are doing a gradual turnaround. Yeah, no, we're losing velocity. I'm not seeing on my map here what I'm looking for. Oh, that's because they still got a lot more. Okay, so we're just hammering it around to try and straighten out. Okay. I said to be careful because I'm losing a lot of speed. Now if I lose too much speed, we start falling out of the sky. Okay, so we're gonna lose a little elevation while I re-pick up my speed. Yep, now I know the yellow notepad's my target. Alright, so we're gonna start pulling back up. Alright, so we got our heading. The angle is just like fall straight to the ground. Trying to get you to stick up higher a little bit. Not quite that high. I mean, RCS doesn't matter. I don't have RCS. Alright, so we got ourselves a nice casual flight in this day. Oh wait, don't I have a sound effect for this? Oh yeah. Alright, I wish I had the ETA of when we arrive. So, below 18 kilometers. No idea the ETA on our arrival. But, so it's what? Zone 84 NK? Just... Alright, passengers, we'll be at Zone 84 NK in an unknown time because we don't have even basic equipment on our plane. How are we gonna land? Nobody knows. That'll be for us to figure out in about 10 minutes. I hope you packed your parachutes. Alright. I set that button up forever ago. And never have a use for it. Alright, so we are slowly bleeding speed. I think that's okay. What'll probably happen is we'll lose a little bit of our, You know, always turn the time warp and pray the plane doesn't spontaneously explode? Well, the real challenge is gonna be landing it without it just immediately dying. And I think the reality of how we're going to do that, if we can pull it off, which is a really big if without the parachutes and all that, is effectively to try and nose it up as much as possible, to like throttle it up and then just drop it. I don't have high confidence in that, so we might get all of this sorted out and then just explode the plane on the runway and need to reset it. But there's only one way we're going to figure that out. In case of the emergency exits are located on a different aircraft. Yep. Alright. So we're just waiting till we're in position, so that's where we're going. I really kind of wish it gave me some type of indicator where I could see my distance to that. Because I know I need to be below 18k for it, which is fine. And I know we're on our way. I also see what looks like a mountain there. It's a little concerning. Alright, we're going to have to dip our... That's more than I wanted to dip. Come on, I'm just trying to get you right around the horizon line. That'll be acceptable for right now. We're going to lose a little bit of altitude very, very slowly and get our speed back. One other nice thing that's going to end up happening is as we burn our fuel, the plane will get lighter, which is something very beneficial to us. That's something I could potentially use to my advantage. Is when we get close, I could deliberately dump a bunch of fuel to lighten the plane. I don't know that that'll work out in my favor, but, you know. I should have also done this during the daytime when I actually see literally anything, because this could be a nice flight. But I can't see crap. Alright, so we stabilized. Okay, so it shouldn't be too long. We got about the right heading. We just gotta wait. I don't know when we're officially under that area. We are right around the airfields and all that, which is good. Yeah, so we're looking at taking a crew report then. Alright, so we are on target. And I'm waiting, it'll say like when we're in the zone, we're like right on target. We should be seeing it any time now that I'll be able to do the crew report. And that'll give us credit for that objective. Then I will try to turn around and find one of the runways and hope for the best. Like I said, I think the plan for landing is literally just going to be trying to rocket it and just point it up and most likely destroying the back half of the plane. But if I could spare the cabin of the plane, that's an acceptable loss. If the cabin goes, then we've defeated the entire point of doing this. Because I got no parachute, we gotta land it like a plane, and that is probably going to be messy. Because I need enough speed that we've got lift, but that we don't rip the landing gear off the moment we touch the ground. Man, you are so fickle. Oh, I think we're hitting the point. Oh, and crew report. Sure, it doesn't matter. Alright, so with that, we have achieved our objective. So let's try and buy ourselves a little bit more altitude. New destination. We are setting our navigation to the runway. And we are turning hard, we're turning hard, we're turning hard. We're gonna need to level out, we're losing way too much speed. We are literally just gonna start falling out of the sky. There's the runway, we are starting to level out. Leveling out, leveling out. Okay, we should start being able to pull up. Let's see, you can attempt a water landing with less risk. Nearly infinite runway, perfectly level, not very hard surface. You can just glide and even bleed your speed off. This is true. Well, the good news about the island is because I can't tell where water is right now, everything is darkness. So imagine if we overshoot the island, it's going to be surrounded by ocean. So that's the runway from my my base. I don't see the other runway. Yeah, so literally if we just fell out of the sky, we'd come down on it. Yeah, we'll go long for the runway. I really should have waited till it was daytime because I can't see crap. Alright, so what we're going to start doing, I'm going to start bleeding throttle. And the goal here is that we slowly start losing elevation. Without picking up speed. Okay, so we're slowly bleeding elevation and speed right now. Like, I want the elevation to come down faster than that, but that should happen on its own as we lose speed. And we hit an equilibrium with speed, then we lower the throttle a little bit more. And we're just hoping for the best here. We're gonna go for that water landing, because I didn't see any runway lights or anything like that. So that would be us just biffing ourselves directly in the ground. And it is a good point that I could try to deliberately tail strike on the way in on the runway, like really slow down, just put the tail into it, and just kind of hope it works out. Okay, we're slowing down more. We're actually gaining altitude while bleeding off a lot of speed. So good news, it does look like I'm going to probably be able to ditch a lot of speed and still be able to be level. Yeah, because we're only going down about 1 meter a second-ish. That's going to gradually get worse and worse. We obviously don't want to wait 7,115 seconds, but like I said, not gaining vertical indicates your dead level. Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. We are slowly bleeding off the speed, because what's going to happen is as we slow down, the plane is going to start kind of dropping as opposed to going forward. Less air going by our wings means less lift. So that's the reason I'm not making any major adjustments. You're seeing we are gradually picking up more and more downward speed. But my hope is we can give ourselves just start to touch the throttle a little bit as we start getting lower to rebalance ourselves. And then just keep slowing down. Because the big important thing is having a decent amount of forward we can live with. Having too much down is bad. Which that's actually, fun fact, so if I remember correctly, this is probably not true of a lot of planes. The typical plane, it was about 10 feet forward per foot down is what you end up having for a glide. The space shuttle is pretty close to the exact opposite of that. The space shuttle is not a very aerodynamic craft so far as, like, actually gliding. The only reason it's able to glide is because it was, really, really, really going fast. It's, one way to discover stall speed, yeah. Well, I don't think we're going to drop too much. I think what's going to happen is we're going to start getting to the point that rate we're dropping height is just going to get worse and worse. And I'm going to have to touch up the throttle. That we're going to start losing lift faster and faster. But yeah, so like the only reason the space shuttle can stay in the air is because it's coming in at, you know, hundreds of feet per second when it first enters the atmosphere and all that. But by the very end. I don't know who that is, Liz. Off the top of my head. Okay. Can I see anything? You're very young then? Probably not. I'm just not super good with names. Even a brick can fly if it's already at Mach ludicrous. So I used to have, I used to volunteer a lot at elementary schools to help teach STEM education, so like science, mathematics, engineering. And one of the normal exercises to bring up is for teaching stuff like lift. And it was just a fun activity to get the kids to do something that they're learning that isn't just having the teacher talk to them all the time, because hearing the same person say it, you get less and less engaged, and that's bad as a learner. But we would, basically make gliders, and we'd have a bunch of criteria that you'd try and hit, and, like, the big one everyone wanted to do was get their thing to glide the farthest. Which the rule was from, like, the starting line in that direction is how you were determined. So it was, like, you could go 80 meters that way, it wouldn't matter. If it's 2 meters that way, you got 2 meters. And I had to add rules being, like, you can't just crumple up a paper ball and huck it. Because for just distance, catapulting something is actually pretty effective. But yeah, we had all sorts of things. I still think my favorite one that I ever had, I had one time a person made a frisbee, because my only rule was it had to travel and it had to actually glide. Like, that was the only rules. It had to glide. You couldn't just lob it. It had to actually glide. And this person made a frisbee. And it's like, that glides. You're not wrong. That follows the rules. The rotation creates lift. That's gliding. Okay, well, I was really expecting it to be dropping faster, so we're going to start nosing down a little bit. This is going to pick up a bunch of speed, but I'm not willing to spend 20 minutes for it to come around. So we just barely nose down a little bit. We're going to pick up some speed here. Reminds you of the engineering field day in middle school. One of the activities was making a boat out of random craft supplies and could hold the most marbles for a second. Yeah, it's exactly like one of those activities. It's entirely being like, hey, we're trying to teach you a concept. And really, they're more trying to teach you, like, critical thinking and that kind of stuff. Like an engineering mindset of, design, test, iteration, that kind of thing. But the big thing is to make it fun, because it is one of those things when it comes to learning. It's really hard to stay engaged in a meaningful way if you're not enjoying it. And there's just a lot of topics that, you know, as a student, you're not going to be interested in as a kid. Like, sitting down and crunching out math problems is not fun or exciting stuff, but it is important, and 90% of the stuff with the math is the practice segment. That's how you learn it. And so, it's doing what you can to make it interesting. Alright, so we are definitely going down way too fast, but I'm going to try and bring it down to maybe 1,000 feet. And then we're going to level off and try and get ourselves to a proper glide again. And then we'll lower down. Okay, so we're really cutting that throttle back now. Yeah, you're ahead of your class, so to speak. Most of the folks were like things that look like boats, aka a wedge hull canoes, which are notoriously unstable. Yeah, and I could see people doing like pontoon kind of things. Put some type of bracing in between and having two like canoe things, which actually work pretty well because that's a very stable thing. But yeah, that's the thing that gets fascinating with a lot of that, is the people who go outside the box, where it's like, okay, like again, the frisbee, it does glide. Frisbees do glide. They use the rotational force about it to create a gliding effect. But it is lift, it is glide. It's basically like hucking a wing real fast. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, you want to add as a current older student? They all think you're 18, but you are the best in the class. Yeah. Alright, so we're getting down there. The speed is still picking up a little bit. I don't want to fully kill off the engines. We're going to really tone it down. Take it to like 5% throttle. Yeah, because now you can see we're not in free fall, but we're coming down fast. Like if we land at this speed, this plane's dead. Your tinfoil barge could hold so many marbles. Yeah, though the one I remember, so the college I went to had a very strong engineering department. Like that was one of the things the college was known for. And I definitely remember them doing concrete boats. That they would have this competition where you'd take these concrete boats and you'd have to take them across the it was like a lake, and it was like actually people riding in there. You're breaking FAA rules on the stent rate. Yep. Luckily, Jebediah here has a big smile on their face, and they would be the one culpable. So you know, that's a life decision that Jebediah has made. Jebediah cares not for your rules. Actually nose down a little bit more, pick up the speed again. Like I said, I want to get to probably about not 1,000 meters. Yeah, air engineering school had a concrete boat program and a solar car program. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with the way this plane is designed, like air brakes don't have those, parachutes, nothing like that. This is not a properly designed plane. This was, someone got the instructions that they needed a plane that could get over a certain altitude. They didn't quite make that happen, but there was no instructions past getting to that altitude. Okay, well I see the ocean, chat. It's actually much easier to be back. It takes a small part of your consciousness. If anyone is hesitant. Yeah. Well, that was Kerbal Engineering Space Protocols. Alright, so we are starting to level ourselves out. We do want to be descending. But we want to be bleeding speed and all that. I might have to throttle up to avoid falling like a brick. Yeah, so it looks like if right before we land, I pull up really hard, we might be okay. Because I am planning to deliberately do a tail strike on the landing. Yeah, so I would say, as far as the up and down goes, we've got that pretty good. It looks like I could probably land at somewhere in the ballpark of about 80 meters forward and about 1 meter down for my speed. And so then it's a question of, will the plane survive a hit like that? Because I have no concept the durability of this thing. Yeah, it looks like just under 80 meters a second forward and just under 1 meter per second down. Oh, nope, too much. We don't have a gain altitude. Yeah, vertical. Yeah, no, definitely the vertical, we can make it happen. Oh, actually, I might even be going way slower than that. It's gonna be really hard. That's the challenge, is finding that equilibrium is gonna be a real trick. Alright. Final approach. All passengers should have their seats and tables in the upright positions and head tucked well beneath their legs and praying to whatever deities they do believe, because we're going in, and we are not designed to land in any capacity. So good luck, and may God have mercy on your souls. No, we need more up. Killing the engine. Okay, we're level. We need to bleed way up. We may have goofed ourselves. I pulled up too hard there. Do it. I don't even think we damaged the landing gear. That was not a smooth landing. We beached it really hard, but oh no, the landing gear is still there. We successfully dunked it in the water, and it is alive and well. Who needs abilities to slow down? Alright, well with that, we'll recover our plane. And thank you for the 100 biddies, I appreciate it. Okay, so we got just a tiny bit of science. We did make some money. We gained a little bit. Well, actually, we didn't gain reputation. All right, so chat, I'll be right back because I have got to use the restroom like no one's business. So I'm going to do that and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a minute. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. All right, I'm sorry. Hey, Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly, this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... This is going to be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns.
My champion, energize the spheres.
Oh, we're dead.
Be gone.
Oh. So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. Just gonna go on a guess here. Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. All right, and we are back. Okay. So, if we wanted to get higher, we would need to get the better rock or the better jet stuff. That's 90. I don't have 90, so we're not doing it. I have 26. So we're not doing crap with the science right now. So no science is happening. That's not the building I wanted to go into. That's fine. Alright, so let's go out of here. Yeah, so we don't get a whole lot for those survey ones, but that was kind of expected. The plan... Oh, test the decoupler while splashed down. I mean, they're not paying hardly anything, but sure, why not? Alright, so let's look at our list of objectives. We are going to heck in space. So the real question is, what are we working on this one? So what we could do is, I've got a bunch of these ones, like test the hammer at a certain height, test the coupler while splashed down. We could do the tourist one. Alright. And this one's been our bane. I could also deliberately... You know what we could do? Let's just make a, because we lost our rocket here. Because it didn't save it. What we could do is make a very small test rocket and just get in this area and pop the chute and just get that off our list. That one's going to require us to go orbital. This requires us to go orbital. This requires us to basically be orbital. We can grab the decoupler. We can test the decoupler while splashed down. That's going to require us to be pretty high up there. Yeah, let's go for the hammer, the decoupler, and the radial thing. So with that, let's grab our command pod, go here, grab you. We're not going to have much science stuff we're going to be able to do here, I don't think. I'll still grab all of it and keep it all on standby just in case. But we'll have that. This one we probably won't need the heat plate, but I'm still going to put it on there because I'm paranoid. And then we will want the, want a couple different things. Alright. So let's think this through for our things. Can I make you stay? Alright, so we got... The radial mount is going to be the first one at 9,000 to 13,000 feet. When we hit this range, we pop it, and then I eject those things off. Like, I'm not going to keep them going. We're just doing the test. The heat shield, I'm not going to be able to do this time. That we're not going to do this time. That we're not going to do this time. The decoupler, I need a TD12 decoupler. So it's a TD12 decoupler. I'm going to shove that right there. And what's the difference? Oh, those are just the size. So weirdly, I'm going to have two decouplers here. So this is the decoupler that goes after the parachute. So that's for testing and splashdown. And that's for the actual decoupler for whatever we're doing before. So I've got you set up for a splashdown. And then we need the radial drag stuff. And then we wanted to test the hammer. So put the hammer up here. And then we can go here and put another decoupler. For there. So those can be together. Cool. After this, we're gonna have our actual rocket part. Yeah, so that's the jet fuel stuff. So 1, 2, 3 is probably overkill. We will grab the swivel. And what I'm hoping is we won't need the solid rocket boosters or anything, but we'll see. If you're testing the decoupler at splashdown, either ditch the heat shield or move the decoupler above it. Oh yeah, no, you're right. I could do that. That makes sense. Like I said, I'm not expecting to need the one, so grab you out of the way. I don't really need the heat shield. Alright, so you are... Yeah, that's the one we're testing. Yeah, so we test this one. And that's when we just pop. We can put you two together. Yeah, those two should go together. That's the main engine. Okay. I don't know if this is going to be adequate for our tests. I don't think it will be. My fear, though, is if I use the solid rocket boosters, I might be going too fast at this stage for it to count. Let's see how this goes. And I don't mind if we don't get all of them done, as long as I get, like, at least 2 of them done. Then that'll be good enough. Okay, so boom and boom. Grab our test stuff, drag you down here. Alright, first contestant's way down here at the bottom. So we will pop you. So our goal is to hit that. I didn't put the radial. In case you're wondering, chat, you can't test things that are not on your ship. That is the nature of how this whole thing works. So my plan was to go put a pair of decouplers back here. And on those decouplers, I'm going to go utility and put you there. Alright. So go here. We have the parachute, new stage, the decouplers to detach those parachutes. Alright. Let's try that. Okay, boom, boom. So that's our first goal here. Is see if we can't reach the altitude. I don't think we're gonna get to that altitude with the amount of weight I've got on here. We're burning fuel really fast. I'll probably just ditch the hammer off of that and test the other two. Yeah, so we're in the speed range. So can I back off the speed in time? Start backing off the speed a lot. Really back off that speed. Okay, we're good on there. Ramp up the stuff there. Kicked off those. So next test is on the hammer. I don't think we're gonna get the height or the speed we need for it. But that's okay. We did get one of those tests done. All right. Yeah, so unfortunately, we're not going to hit the height. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that real quick. Because I'm going to try to get where we splash down. I'm going to need you to... Okay, so pop you off. Okay. So now, we just basically are waiting and I hope we splash down. Crew report, we don't have anything to show. Goop. Nothing worthwhile. Material checking. Nothing worthwhile. Barometer. Nothing worthwhile. Thermometer. Nothing worthwhile. Alright, so if we look at the globe, am I going to come down in water? I have no idea. Hey, I mean, the planet is 70% water, if it's anything like the real world. So, you know, odds are higher than not will come down in water. And if not, we still did get one of our contracts done. We might get a second one. I mean, it's not going to be good data, but Getting any science is better than no science. Okay. Alright. So you kept a simple plan on. If you were 30 plus, it's actually nice to know that he was singing. But you couldn't pay me to go through that. If you are 30 plus, it's actually kind of nice to know that he was singing about. Oh, I missed any of what that is. Oh, wait. Rual report. I don't think I got it fast enough. We were briefly technically going over one of the spots we needed to. But sadly, you know, because of the speed we're going. Oh wait, no. Oh, I need to take pressure readings. It was one of these ones. Boo, it's fine. When are you gonna... Yeah, you'll be coming back down soon. Let's keep fast forwarding. Yeah, I could have potentially gotten one of those objectives knocked out there. Like sub-objectives, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so we'll keep going till it's getting to be around 80,000. And the heat shield we have is not that heat shield, so we can't run that test. What we're hoping now is that we splash down in the water, because if we do that, then we can potentially get another one done. Okay. And this time we're going to be coming like straight on down through the atmosphere versus like the last time we skimmed it and things started getting real out of hand for the temperature real fast. Because we just kept, like, we weren't losing much speed, we were just going around and just burning in the atmosphere at full speed. It's like, please, slow down faster. We're losing it. Okay, we got it back. The resistance and drag was throwing me all over the place. Okay. I think we are gonna hit land by mere feet. I can't really tell. It looks. I think we're gonna go over the land. Be like right on the. Oh wait, we might. Stop teasing me. Choose a side. I think we're gonna be like right on the shore. Boo. I might be able to roll it? Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, I might be able to roll it, we're that close. Alright. Yeah, we don't have the wheel to, like, really go, but I might be able to tip it over and roll it into the water. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Come on. You can do it, buddy. Just roll right on into that water. Jebediah is alive. We did destroy the science lab, but Jebediah lives. Please stop rolling quite so violently. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I remember what I was supposed to do in the water. Can I still do? No, we can't test it. The decoupler was on that piece. That's fine. Yeah, when I banged the back of that science cabinet on the ground really hard and it exploded, that knocked off the decoupler I was going to have to test. It's okay. We still got one of our objectives done. All in all, we got a little bit of science in there, maybe. Almost no science because I did destroy the things that had the science in it. It's fine. So we don't have enough science to do anything yet. But I did finish that. So we can test the skipper. I don't care. Let's go in here. And see what the next thing we can make happen is. Alright. From the list of things here, we did get the decoupler stuff done, so we can get those out of here. Alright. So we want to test the liquid fuel engine skipper during escape trajectory. We have the little heat shield to test. Let's we also need to test the thing. So we're gonna do a little bit of a weird thing here. I'm gonna go ahead and do something that's gonna feel like it makes no sense. And I'm gonna take the little heat shield. Why? Okay, so there's that decoupler. There's this decoupler. We're gonna stick this heat shield on the other heat shield, so we can test that on the inbound. Okay, so we got that set up for doing the potential heat shield test here, and we could test the decoupler and the splashdown. The hammer, I'm gonna just ditch the hammer test for right now. Get this out of here. We'll do that one later. We are going to go for a pretty high orbit movement. Ooh. Alright. This is what's gonna get interesting. Where are you at? Was it structure? Pretty sure we had a passenger area in here. Okay. Because I have the two people I need to bring with us. So I'm feeling a little concerned. I'm gonna need more parachute action going on here. Okay. So right now I've got all of this stuff. So we've got the passengers here. We have the ant it wants us to test the ant. Oh, that's like the little micro one. Okay. So you want me to test the ant at a very high altitude. We're not going to probably do that one right now. You want me to test the skipper. A small sibling to the mainsail, the skipper's power rivals that of large cities. Combining high thrust with reasonable efficiency, this engine excels when used as a mid-stage booster. So you want me to do this at escape trajectory. So it's not quite as clear of when I want to use that. Alright. So let's figure this out. So fuel tanks. Let's get ourselves a small fuel tank. And then the engines, the ant. There we go. We got a tiny little pair of engines. We'll see if we can't get to that height. I don't know if we'll be able to, but we'll see. Yeah, because I could probably deorbit with not a lot. We will need another coupler. Okay. It'll keep those separate in case I need to stage it up here. Right, that's for doing our tests. Yeah, so that's the one to pop this. We'll want to lower you down here. Put our stage here for the parachutes. Because that's our one to detach from the lower part. This is for the splashdown test. And again, parachute down here. Okay, those are the ants. And that'll be our stuff to break away there. So that's just for the airborne test / deorbiting. We got the heat shield stuff. The skipper is the main fuel thing here. So what they're saying with that is that we probably want to grab a mid-stage thing for the skipper. So there's... Oh! I see. Pretty sure I don't... I do have fuel tank that's appropriate for the skipper. How much fuel do you carry compared to the other one? So you are carrying... So you're 1.23... So you're about half... So it's this has about half as much as that. Alright. So let's go and get a structure component. Do a thing that makes it wider. And we'll grab fuel. That's the wrong size. Structure. Do we have one that goes for a better size? Probably haven't unlocked it, so it's just going to be ugly. Yeah, because I just have, like, those. Alright, that's fine. If you remember correctly, the skipper has options that can make it fit. Wait, it has options? Shroud, truss mount. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so in that case, we will grab you. And then smash the skipper on there. Get you out of here. Okay, so that's your coupling. That's this. Uh-huh. Don't worry about it. It makes sense. Just don't look at it directly. Put those two together. Okay, and then we have the main fuel tank for taking the whole thing off. This is going to be a mess. I don't have high expectations on this launch, by the way. Okay, and we'll do the swivel on you. We're not getting angry things out of this yet, but I think we're getting pretty close. So I've got 6 parts left I can work with. So with that, we're going to go ahead and do the radial. We're going to set it to 3. And then I'm going to go here. I grab the thumpers. And with that, we have exhausted what I can put on here. I don't know if that'll be a problem. There, that feels better. Alright, chat. What are my expectations on this? Disaster. Disaster is my expectations on it. Okay, so let's go through the things we're testing. We don't care about those reports. We're not going to the moon. We're not doing the hammer. We will test the coupler on splashdown. We are going to take these two into a suborbital spaceflight. I'll have to figure out how we even do that. We will try to test the ant if I can get to that high. My confidence is low in that. We'll try to test the heat shield, assuming that goes in, and we'll try to test the skipper on escape velocity. I don't really know what they consider escape velocity, or escape trajectory, but we'll figure that out. We got extra parachutes and all that good stuff, so let's go to our crew. Okay, so we've got our crew, and we got tourist number 1 and tourist number 2. Definitely, you can put your trust in me. They shouldn't trust me. They really shouldn't trust me. This is not good for them to trust. Technically, escape trajectory is up. Alright, so turn on all these things. And we're going to scroll all the way down here, because that'll be the first one. They seem concerned. So I don't think we're going to be able to do the thing with the ant. I think we're just not going to have enough delta V to get that high. Please, 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 please! I pivoted a little early. Revert to launch. Let's try that again. I started tipping and it just kept going. I think the answer is going to be getting a bit higher before we start tipping, because we are a very top-heavy rocket. I don't have part count for the fins. We're out of part count until I upgrade my, Boy, actually, did we upgrade our VAB? I'm pretty sure we did. I could be lying. I was gonna say we didn't have the part count for the the rocket, but I think we might have already upgraded. Because 30 was our limit. But yeah, I know you're not wrong that the fins do help a lot. Very slightly over. Escape trajectory. I still don't know what it means by that. Okay, stop. Stop fussing. You'll get yourself sorted. It doesn't matter. Oh, you eat that fuel. Gotcha, you're talking like full on escape. Okay, so we did get the passengers are happy. That's something. I don't think we're gonna hit the altitude we need for the ants to matter. We'll see. I have deliberately not staged to them. Yeah, I think we're gonna be short because they have to be at 360 to 370. I think we get like 200 something up there. Okay. So hey, we got the survey data. So that's another part of an objective we got. It just happened to be passing over by sheer circumstance. Like, alright, I'll take the data, I'll take the reading. Okay. So we've got our ants going. The ants don't do crap. Very fuel efficient. So my assumption is the ants here are entirely designed for like when you are in orbit, no longer fighting with gravity or anything, you can just slowly pick up speed. The ants are the name of the engine. Little teeny tiny engines. We already kicked them off the bat because they weren't going to do us any good. Yeah, it was the where are they at? It's down here. Yeah, the LV1 Ant liquid engine. Little teeny tiny one. Alright, so meanwhile... toggle the map. So we are starting to work our way... back in. I did put those heat shields in the right spot, right? Okay, yeah, we're fine. For a moment, I was like, wait, did I put the heat shield before or after the passenger cabin? Asking for a friend. Okay. If anything, I'm getting any science will grab it. Okay. Fast forward a bit as we come down. Yeah, I have a feeling it's gonna be real dodgy coming into the atmosphere. I probably should have had like the streamer parachutes to slow us down, but too late. I don't have them on here, so they're not gonna help us. So now we need to just not kill our passengers, and we'll be good. Oh, that's bad. Don't tip. Please. 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 Line up. Stop fighting. Alright. I'm trying my best to fight it, and we are not winning that fight. Okay. Well, we didn't get a chance to do the heat shield. Run test. Jettison heat shield. Oh, that's not really what I was hoping for, but okay. All right. Now I just need them to not die on entry into the water, and we should be good. Now we can pop the decoupler when we're under. More of an S of the Jettison. Yeah, I mean, we were running into it at speed, so a whole lot of nothing got done there. Yeah, no, I tried run test, it didn't do anything. We weren't in the proper range. I was like, all right, well, we'll jettison it. It's fine. I assume you jettison because it's heavy? All right. The good news is getting usually like 2-ish contracts done every single mission, so that's good. So you wouldn't know, you played for years even before you knew there was a jettison button. Yeah, and that's Surprisingly to me, so much has changed about the game. Like, it's a good game. I'm glad I played it tonight. Like, I'm glad people voted for it, because it was definitely one of those ones that's kind of waffling on what I wanted to play with the headspaces in. And just kind of as the thing is like, yeah, we'll put Kerbal Space Program on there. It's a classic. It's a great game. And I mean, like, way back I played when you could first, like, just land on the various planets. That's kind of it. Science had just been introduced. Like, the career mode science, not the regular science mode. Okay. Alright, we are successfully in the water. We have tested the decoupling. Can we get a crew report? Nothing new. Can we get a thermometer? Yep, I'll keep that data. Barometer? Yep, we'll keep that data, and we already have that thing. Alright. And with that, that is several things done all in one go, and a bunch of science. Yeah, because there was no tourism thing the last time I played. So that was like, oh, I can bring people with me. That's certainly not a terrible idea. And I'm honestly pretty happy that that was a one and done. We got it done, knocked those missions out. We had the one objective I wanted to do with the heat shield didn't happen. But considering we were trying to line up 4 missions and we got 2 to 3 of them done, I can live with. Oh yeah, that paid relatively well. The guests both gained XP and are ready for their next assignment. Cool. Let's see, conduct temperature surveys of Kerbal near wherever that is. That's fine. Conduct atmospheric surveys. Alright, so we're gonna have to survey everything. We're still only at 51. I think that might be enough to get my next research. That's flight control, and that's good for having the inline reaction wheel. These inline reaction wheels are a really good thing for getting some stronger turning going on. And then all of these are locked behind 90. I am going to just grab them as we go. Now I remember that wheel also gets a little thirsty in regards to the battery usage. So I probably am going to need extra batteries or whatever. Okay. So let's pop back here. Alright. So that'll massively allow us to upgrade what we can do with our rockets. So we're doing that next, and I'll probably need to do the launch pad after this. Okay, so with that we can get rid of some stuff. Let's actually just rip all of that off and chuck it. And zoom on in here. Okay, so we've got you. Alright, so what we could do here is go for there. So I do want get both the big and the little one here. And the reason I'm doing that is, again, we have our objectives. So we've got fly by the moon, test the hammer kind of in a higher up atmosphere. I'm not going to probably worry about the hammer. If we can get up to the height that the ant will be, like if we get out into orbit, the ant will be good. Yeah, so we got testing the shield, testing Skipper at exit trajectory. Skipper was an absolute fuel hog. Like, it gave us a lot of go, but boy howdy did that thing eat some fuel. So let's go here first. And so yeah, we got the ants. So what is your, so your thrust in vacuum is 2 kilonewton. Yeah, so like as far as its force, the ant does pretty close to nothing. Right, so you burn 0.58. Do they have like a ratio? Yeah. So we have 0.58 per second on our liquid. Versus this thing is 1 point whatever. Yeah, 0.058. So I get the idea. And you give me how much... Yeah, so this gives me about 30 times the amount of force. Doesn't seem good. Because if we do 30 times 5 here, that'd be 1.5. Oh, no, they're about the same, actually, by the time you're all said and done. Okay, but the point is that yeah, it's fine. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do here is you're going to put a small fuel tank there. The Ant is a probe engine. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is we have to do the test with it, but it really is a thing for not moving a whole lot of anything. So we're going to go here. And you put the tiny little engines on that. Actually, you know what? That is what we could do. So take this off. Go back here. We'll get you. Put the Terrier on here. That'll be the one that actually does the work. Where's the coupler? Why isn't the coupler up here? Oh, there is a decoupler. That's why. Forgot to put the coupler in between. Boom. And now you mash that on. Alright. That's fine. But what we will do is, just because it wants me to test this, I'll put you two... Okay, I'm feeling not great about that. So I wonder if I have no fuel for it and I stage to it, will it still count? We're gonna find out is what's gonna happen. Like, if I just slam that Joker right there, it's got no fuel, it won't function. But I put a stage in here to stage it. Just to satisfy the objective. I don't know if that's gonna work, but I'm willing to find out. Because those aren't gonna do much for me. So this is gonna be our way of maneuvering in space. If we're aiming for the moon, we're definitely gonna need a lot of fuel at that stage. Because the moon is not close by. So now the entire rest of the rocket is just about getting this into space. And I believe we can shift you up. Alright, so we're gonna need another coupler. This is our one for doing a flyby on the moon. Which we're probably not really well suited for. Because you're jet plane fuel, right? Yeah. This is going to be a really bad rocket. So we'll do the swivel so we got a little bit of control. We are going to need some fins. That is not the fins we need. We're going to grab some fins. Alright, let's see. Do we go just hard on the liquid? Because I could just slam on some thumpers and just go like that and just try and ham-fist it up. But the thumpers... Let's see, so you give me... Trying to get an idea of how much total we get out of you. Hey Azrael, how's it going? I'm not sure if I should be going with 4 thumpers or like really just go way up on the liquid fuel and just keep popping stuff off the sides. I'm gonna try going heavy on the liquid fuel. In real life, when they went to the moon the first time, it was liquid fuel. We have much better ways of doing these things now. Yeah, no, it was I was in a headspace that is like not really feeling like a game that was gonna be like a proper sweaty game today. Oh right, yeah, we'll want that. We're at that stage. Okay. So we'll put you right here. Oh, you're the little one. Put some spare power on here. Okay. So we'll go to aerodynamics. I'm making regrettable decisions. So I have a feeling this thing is going to take off as slowly as possible. So what we're going to do here is going to use reliance on those. So I got a swivel in the middle, and then a set of quad reliance. So the entire idea behind the reliance is they're just there to impart lots of thrust at a relatively good ratio of fuel for taking off. And the swivel is the one who's going to actually try and steer us. I'm not super confident this is not going to go utterly terribly, because this is normally where you'd probably want to use solid rocket boosters. But the goal for here is to get to the moon, to test the ant, and maybe test the heat shield. And when I say get to the moon, we're talking go around it. We're not landing. Okay. So let's check our staging. Stage 1. Pop those engines. Stage 2. We're gonna actually need you in stage 1 as well. No. That's fine. You two go together. Yeah, that's for in space. Alright, so let's see how this goes. Not feeling great about this, because normally you want to use solid rocket boosters here. So the problem is I'm effectively using the liquid ones as solid. Alright. Getting some wind resistance, that's fine. We're starting to tip, that's bad, that's terrible, everything's awful, the world's on fire. Okay, never mind, revert the flight. Let's go back to the vehicle assembly building. Okay. We could put some bins on there, maybe. Alright. And you're probably going, don't do it. You're gonna regret it. And I am. Alright. In your opinion, 2 would be better than 4? Probably. Because the catch-22 about the exponential growth on rocketry, where every extra pound you're trying to lift, you need that much more fuel to pick up the additional thing you put on there, and yada yada. Yeah, so right now we're effectively just using these liquid ones as solid rocket boosters. Now, one thing we might be able to get away with is be a little less aggressive on going full thrust. And so we're not fighting the air resistance when we get up higher as much. I don't think that's worth considering, though. I think genuinely it's just ham fist that thing into the air and hoping it works out. Because we do want to tip, but right now with the style we've got, we're doing that. Yeah, your thrust to weight ratio goes up. Yes, as the so like literally our delta V is skyrocketing on this thing because we have all these rocket engines and the overall weight of what's going on. So we're actually looking at a lot of delta V here. We're going to be getting close to probably around 6,000 delta V. Okay, let's start toning that back a bit. No, you can keep going. Just a little over. I should have planned this trip well before we reach this stage. So this is going to get me out of the gravity well, so far as like the near side. Okay, so we just use those as just get to space. They're popping off. Nice and smooth, we've ditched the boosters. So now we go to the map. And that is our destination. We are not at the right angle for that at all. If the delta V is going up, it calculates it based on where you are. And your later stage engines are becoming more efficient as you ascend. Yep. You're actually going too fast at a low altitude. No, that's kind of what I was saying, is I was just kind of not using that as effectively as I should. Alright, so meanwhile, let's go ahead and start tipping over. Because we don't stop. Okay, just use the swivel to line us up a little bit. Cut the swivel. So as we get here, we're going to try and push our orbit. We're actually at a relatively good angle. It's the matter of, can I get myself to a point where we can slingshot the moon? Because we just want to get to the moon to achieve our objective and get back. We're not trying to land or anything. We don't have half of the things I need to do that. So getting ourselves just a little bit of throttle. And then as our angle here starts coming down, we will get that corrected. How are we doing else? Oh yeah, we're solidly out of ammo. Oh, I never picked up all this debris that's under the bottom. Okay, start throttling up, start throttling up, start throttling up. Start really throttling up. Just slam that throttle, I may have waited too long. Okay. Because right now we're trying to keep ourselves mostly in line with the direction we're going. And then just keep the throttle. Because that should stabilize us in an orbit. And then it's a matter of trying to figure out, before we have the right technology to properly route and intercept course. Because it's maneuver mode. But I can't yet set my destination. So we are going with the tried and true strategy of eyeballing it. Okay. What do I have on this stage? What am I looking at? Oh, this is still our swivel. We're not even on our final state, like our actual final working stage yet. The moon is easy to eyeball. Well, luckily my orbit does seem to be relatively on the right horizon and all that. So the good news is I haven't even begun my stage for actually doing space stuff. And we're already solidly in orbit. So the moon's over there. Yeah, so we're solidly in established orbit. So cut the throttle. Okay. Alright. So I've got almost 3,000 vector thing. On easy mode for, oh, I could have gotten the scan that. That's fine. Easy mode? I'm assuming there's something like you can line up so where you are opposite to the moon or something like that, or you're on the same side of the moon, you start thrusting out. Because I know you gotta be ahead of it so you catch the gravity well behind you, not... You don't want to try and come up behind the moon. I mean, actually, that wouldn't be too bad as long as you're close enough. Because it's whatever... We would definitely need to have the ring go out from, like, this. It's just a matter of where relative to that, the angle. Like, how many degrees ahead do I have to be for me to get close enough to the moon to get snagged by its gravity? Right now, I'm pretty sure it'd be bad because we would be going out there if I started thrusting now. Because generally when you're looking at the way your orbital mechanics work, if I start thrusting this way along it, that side's the side that's going to grow out. You can also try slingshot shine doing a long one. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, so right now we don't have any of these things. Nor could I set that as the destination. Alright. Burn as the moon is coming from behind the planet relative to the rocket. Yeah, I was thinking it's going to be something like that, because we would be aiming over here. It's just a matter of how much the moon gets around. Just quick saving before eyeballing? Oh yeah, quick save is F5? Yeah, so let's try to aim to catch right as the moon is going behind here, is I think what I'm going to go for. I might be entirely way too late doing that. So once we're centered, I want the moon to be just starting on that edge, I think what I want. Because that should gradually cause this ring to go out this way. And I do need enough time to get in path of the moon. If I aim for directly where the moon is at right now, I feel like by the time we get out and back, the moon will have already moved too far ahead for me to get catch in its gravity. And if you miss, you miss. There's not slamming on the boosters and hoping for the best. Wait till we're about centered. I'll say that's good enough. We're gonna quick save here. Alright, so what I want to do now is aim towards the direction we are already moving. Easiest to time, not in map mode. I don't see the moon. Alright, well, we're gonna try it. Because we're right around where I was figuring. So full thrust. So that ring should gradually grow out. Okay. And if we got that timing right, which is a big if, when that ring gets close to where the moon is, you'll see it get real wonky because it'll show when we catch the gravity, and if I do it wrong, I slingshot off the moon out into the abyss. If I'm too late, you'll see it start curving, and then it'll get lost behind the moon. And then, if it shows where I'm going to smash right into the moon, that's actually pretty workable, because then I can just tweak one way or the other. I hope my angle's good. The angle's looking really good. Alright, so let's back off the throttle. Back off the throttle some more. So, that implies I'm probably going to miss. Unless it doesn't plan that stuff without the upgrade. Because that does put me on the moon's path. We don't want to way overshoot it, because that'll just go badly. But the good news is, that still will allow me to finish one of my other contracts, I believe. Which is to kick off the ant there. Because then when we get to the height, I'll turn on and off the ant. And that'll be fine. Because yeah, the ant's my next one on the list. I'll turn them on, turn them back off. That'll be good. So at a minimum I get that one, I might get this one, and we will see if I get to the fly by the moon. So let's go back to our ship view. And I need to reach a height of 360. Alright, well there's the moon. Now, normally with the upgrade, I can sit there and like adjust the angles and you can see how everything's gonna go. But we don't have that technology. Okay, slow down time because there's fast window. And we're good. I'm assuming that counted. Okay, so now let's take 2 seconds. Shut down that ant. And shut down that one so we don't burn our ship by running, rocket engines over the edge of it. Okay. And I guess there's not a whole lot to do here other than fast forward. We either get there or we don't. Yeah, no, that's good. So we got that one knocked out. So that's good news. I got a whole lot of these that we need to survey places. But that's fine. So let's see with that how much off I am from the moon. I think... Did I overestimate the speed that the moon moves? I think we did. So genuinely, I could salvage this maybe. It's risky. So, I'm going to make a really bad decision. Because we can push my ring a little bit farther. I can potentially push it where we'll snag the gravity well. The question is, can I do that in a way I can get back to Kerbal without eating crap and slamming into the moon at speed? Or just yeeting myself into the abyss? Because right now, if that ring keeps going on, we will catch that gravity well. It's the matter of whether I can get to the point where we start catching it, start burning the other way to bring it to swing around that way. All eyeballing it. Because we are in the right path. We just don't have the right anything else. So I should see that ring go wonky any second now. Because we're pretty close just slamming into it. Let's back off that. I feel like that's got to be close enough. We should be catching the gravity in that. Unless I'm going to straight up miss the moon because we're too far behind it. Yeah, literally my path is going through the moon. So actually, we're late. I misjudged this entirely. We still might be able to make this work. Because I might be able to get out here closer and pull this ring back. Which will then put us on a direct collision with Kerbal, but that's okay. I think we leave it at that. Yeah, and that's the thing. Apparently it's now an upgrade in career mode. I am going to try and fix this. This is a bad idea. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to catch it, because when we get up here, we're going to move slower and slower. So what I'm hoping to do, and this is where it gets to be a bit cursed, is go halfway in between that, twisting it. Yeah, that's not what we want. Yeah, so that's in line with the moon. I'm trying to remember the symbols. Yeah, that's rotational. We don't want that. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we've just straight up lost our chance. That's fine. So in that case, let's go ahead and let this orbit get to its maximum height. And we'll run all our science stuff. And I still have tons of fuel left. Okay. Let's pop over here. So, crew report. Keep the data. Material study. Keep the data. Barometer. Keep the data. Goo. Keep the data. Thermometer. Keep the data. EVA. Keep the data. Alright, so we got a lot of science coming in this time. Okay, so meanwhile we can go back to this view. A little worried that we're going to come in way too hot on Kerbal. I need to do this on this part. We're just making that worse. Alright, so what we're going to do... is we're going to let this start collapsing in more. And then as we get closer, I'm going to go out of my way to burn towards it to just bring us around. And then we're just going to massively kill our thrust. See, we can't turn that. That's the wrong way. I want the other way. We got enough fuel to do some shenanigans. Okay, so we will get down to just above the atmosphere there. So the plan is as we get here, we just start burning real hard retrograde to try and drop off as much speed as we can. Okay. Alright, so we've got that slowed down. So try not to have our parapsis get too far down. Yep, so you can see how fast that's coming in. Alright. So we're gradually deorbiting it. That's what you have, but you were trying to, and it was hard to manage. Yeah, space is big. That's one of those things. Space is big. It takes a lot of things happening. All right. Yeah, I think that's the same one. Oh no, I could have scanned it. It's fine. Okay, so we're getting down to 80s. All right, so at this stage, we're going to be in the atmosphere, so plan is full burn. Rob herself as absolutely as much speed as possible. Because we're going to be deorbiting here. And I don't need to be skipping off the atmosphere a whole bunch. We're just trying to kill as much speed as we can while we're still in there. I really need to ditch this thing soon because we're going to start hitting atmospheric drag where we start heating up, and I need to not have big, heavy, volatile fuel tanks when that happens. Dear engines, burn faster. You can have Jeb hold it for you? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. Anytime. Oh, that's the little ones on the side. Please run out of fuel. Okay. We're fine. I missed my chance to do it. We were probably like right on cue for it too. It's fine. We still got a lot of stuff done. Okay. And we can jettison you. Jettison you. And they should fall off now. Or they'll just stay wedged on there. That's fine too. Alright. So we got a ton of science from that. We did get the ant test done. So that's good news. I still need to go and get ourselves a plane that can get a bit higher altitude. So we can run all these tests. These ones are all below. I can do that one right now with our plane we made before. I didn't save it, I really should have. But yeah, we can do all of those tests pretty easy. If I can get a plane that can go both over and under that, with like the basic temperature, barometer, that kind of stuff, all of these are survey. I have so many survey. I've got to get the slightly better jet engine so I can get a bit higher elevation, because 20,000 feet is just too high for the basic ones. Now, it is entirely possible we get a rocket engine in there, and we do like nudge ourselves up with the rocket engine like people talked about before, I just don't know that we will be able to hold enough fuel to go and, you know, get to our spot, rocket engine up, grab the thing, come back down, rocket engine up to the next one. Because I'll have to do something fairly efficient. Because rocket fuel is heavy. There we go. Meanwhile, we can fast forward a little bit till we get close to the ground. But yeah, because we got all those at, like, outside the range of even the moon orbit, so it is a thing that the farther out you go, the more challenging, the more science usually you'll get per thing we did. And we did the whole gambit out there, so this should be enough that I can unlock something else. So then the question is, do we go for all the contracts that I've got sitting here, where I got a big mountain of contracts here, that really a space plane to be the answer? So get our space plane stuff, or do I lean to the rocket side to make it easier for me to do the moon stuff? The surveys aren't worth a ton of money, but I've got so many of them, it does feel like it would be worth going, because I could do all of those in one run if I set up a proper plane. They are very efficient on fuel, as long as I don't have to do the rocket engine to poke over. The really good space plane is at the end of Tech Tree. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But to get to this stage, I feel like we can make that happen. We definitely can make these ones happen. Let's see, but something like a ramjet is good enough. You know exactly where that is. Yeah, my hope is that's the next tier up is the ramjet. Cause that's, I feel like the ramjet was the one I remember being the best way back. Because I remember the name ramjet. I don't need that turned on. I keep turning on RCS even while we don't have it, because RCS is effectively taking compressed air and using that to jet your stuff around. It's very efficient. But we don't have that. So, you know, there's certainly something to say about it. Alright, recover vessel. Which this works out because we're right about to hit an ad break, and I have once again got to use the restroom because I have been drinking too many fluids. Which, hydrating is good, but then you gotta pee a whole lot. But the good news is 103 science all in one mission. We got some money. The money wasn't as good as we were hoping, but the science was good. So I'll be back in just a minute, but thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Why did I think that was gonna work? No, don't say that way. I don't have any of the... Hey, see? Perfect. It went exactly according to plan. Obviously, it did not go at all according to plan. That said, we actually didn't take any damage from that. And it certainly could have gone worse. What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. What would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. Fun fact with that one, did we lose anyone in that fight? The one where they dropped in next to me? Like, it looked really, really bad. And if we may have only lost one or two people, because we did ultimately win that run of RimWorld. We got the ending and all that. But it's definitely one of those ones where I'm just like, I don't know what the hell to do. Like, I've got no cover and everything. And ultimately what I did is I kited them the entire way around. And just, like, picked on them the whole way. But it was a rough one. Okay, so let's take a look at what we've got for our options. So, if we did aerodynamics, would I get the ram jet? Would we get, like, a proper one? We would get the turbofan engine. That's low cruising speeds and altitudes. That's not what we need. The turbo shaft engine. It's not really what we're looking for. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm going to have what I need, unfortunately. Would it be advanced that we get the ramjet? Or turbo shaft? Because what I'm trying to do is see where I will have to go to get the engines I need to manage to go farther. Yeah, it's all landing gears and struts. There's the Panther. High altitude flying is probably what I need. Dear crap, that's a lot. Low altitude compared to relative? Yeah, the question is, can I get 20,000 feet? You can also check out the advanced construction. Yeah, so we got those. This is a big... Those are the really cool decouplers. We got a bunch of parts here that are useful. A hinge. Okay. So I'm not worried about that. We've got our fuel systems and all that. Advanced flight control. Extra intakes help? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so there's monopropellant. That'd be for, like, probably landing on the moon. Space exploration, we have a bunch of stuff. This is for setting up our science. We're going to need all that, like the solar panels and all that. Those are all going to become necessary. Propulsion systems... Yeah, that's all for landing and all that. We have the heavy rocketry, and this is where we're going to start getting the big stuff for making these journeys to places much easier. Okay, and that's... It's a Rapier engine, hypersonic. Yeah, the hypersonic... Yeah, there's the ramjet as the hypersonic. I'm going to go with the aerodynamics and keep going down this flight path because, like I said, I got like 7-8 contracts tied up in it that I can't do right now, and I need to solve that and make that yet another contract. Because I keep grabbing these survey contracts en masse, and it'd be good to get that sorted. I meant to right-click you. Yeah, so we can recover you. Got a half thing of science. And a little bit of money. Recover you. That's debris that has no one in it. Cool. Alright, so let's click on that. So upgrading you for 150 would give me more stuff there, but that would wipe us out financially. So I do think I want to go to mission control. That's not what I want. The planes. Do you remember my plane? Or I am assuming you forget it because they worked on our things in the meantime. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so... You're lighter. So we'll start with that. Okay. So we can go to our fuel. Huh. It's just a cone to adapt things. Alright. So we've got a little bit of jet fuel there. Now we can go to our structure. We'll add some structural fuselage behind it, just like we did before. We are going to want air intakes. So there's a big circular intake on the front of our jet. All right. So I can get that. Yeah, it's too wide. Still too wide. We We can have the radial intakes, all of which is going to add a lot of drag. I guess it doesn't matter that those have anything on them or not. Yeah, they're all long. And just get rid of the sweeping wings. Connector type A, connector type B. Connector type C. Okay, well last time we used the connector E's with the swept wings. And then we went on here. Let's see, ducted fan, a medium ducted fan propeller can push a lot of air through small space. Right, make it plain? Yes. Oh, those are helicopter blades. Engine to cell. A self-contained solution for powering air-breathing engines. Alright, so there's where we can add our fins for having some level of control over our thing. Okay, so there's some fins for control. Now we want to go to the back. Let's see if we can't make some structure on the back to make it look a little less cursed. That's fine. Let's see, you dislike the sculpted swept wings in general. They're just not as good as the styrofoam pieces. Alright, so what we could do here is we will need tail fins, and just like before, I'm going to do the quad set of tail fins for stability. That was one I remember doing a lot when I first played the game and finding it incredibly... Where was the... I think that's the one I'm looking for. Okay. So we've got our air intakes, we've got some basic stuff here. As far as engines go... Oh, it's under aerodynamics, that's right. Was it aerodynamics? Where am I missing my engines? You see my intakes. Where were my jet engines, though? Oh, there we go. So there's the Weasley. So it gives me way more thrust. What is your fuel consumption? So we might have some fuel consumption issues with this. So we got that engine there. Okay. Oh, you're not set to twin. That's 2 full-size jet tanks? No, so it's 1 full-size jet tank and then 2 empties. So that is the only, like, only the front one has actual fuel, and that's just dressing. That's structure. We'll go ahead and go to aerodynamics again. Might as well put air intakes on those anyways. Now we can go to U. I don't think those are going to work too well for what we got. Let's see, you'd probably get lost in the nitty-gritty of the game's math, just like you did in Space Engineers. It's a game you could definitely do that. So we'll do ground, grab you. Just like before, I'll put them on the wings to help keep it from being unstable there. Send her in the back. Okay, so you still have enough Delta V to orbit, can't get up there, but you've got, yeah, so I'm hoping this engine on the back will be good and like enough power to get to a higher elevation, and then all this air intake will be more than enough to keep us at a higher elevation, keep the oxygen flowing. We'll see. I'm gonna actually save this one. Save. Flyer MK1. It's a terrible name. Save. Launch. I don't have my science equipment. We don't want to launch. I need my science equipment on board. I need a thermometer and a barometer, I believe. Did they fix the keeping the wheels vertical issue? I am unaware of that issue that I could think of. Okay. So we'll go here to our science. So we check on our list of stuff. I'm going to need air pressure readings. That's a barometer. I need a thermometer reading. That's there. So we've got crew report, barometer, thermometer, and barometer, crew report. That's a lot. How many parts am I over? I'm a single part over. Well, the problem with the antenna to transmit is, am I going to be getting enough power to do that? Yeah, that's exactly what I did, is I got rid of that. Yeah, so these two require the same electric charge. Yeah, you don't know if the jet engines make power? We could check. Let's see. That just gives me the thrust and everything. Output at full power. Okay, they do. They do. Alright, so that's fine. Yeah, we could live with that. Okay. So let's go and start taking a grand tour of the planet. I did not check the balance on anything, so this actually might go really badly. Yeah, no, I didn't save the update either. Okay, so I have considerably more thrust this time. Well, we'll, may have pulled up a little hard. May have pulled up a little hard on that one. I'm thinking honestly that engine all the way back there, I'm more pushing the jet along than lifting. Come on, just a little up, just a little up. Yeah, that's the problem. We've got two. I'm basically, okay, revert to space hangar. Alright, so let's see. So the weight is a bit farther back than we wanted, I think. The thrust is whatever. Yeah, so the weight needs to be farther up. Which is interesting, because that's the fuel tank there. Because usually we want the weight just behind your wing. Pull the wings back slightly. Alright, let's try that. Yeah, no, I remembered you wanted I thought for a fact you wanted the yellow ball right behind her wings. And I don't remember as far as like the blue arrow and all that. It's been so long. Okay. We are up and not exploded. Good stuff. I'm actually going fast enough that we're getting resistance on the plane. Let's tone down the throttle till we get a little bit higher up. Let's see, you want the center of lift behind the center of mass, the stability of flight. You think the arrow, which its feathers back to the engine, is shooting backwards. Now, let's see, what matters is the lift isn't in front of the center of mass. Gotcha. Horizontal lift suffices might be anywhere, but it's where it totally balances. Gotcha. Okay, meanwhile, let's see how high we can get. Because the good news is I got a lot of air intake on this thing. The whole front of this plane is just air intake. And our goal is to get to about 20,000 feet, and then we're just going to roll around and start scanning all of the things. Okay, so first one's going to be Salvage's Glory. So while we're figuring that out, our plane is not the most elegant, so we are just going to kind of force it in that direction. Okay. Let's start leveling out and getting our height. The engine's on. I'm just turning really sharp. Okay, so we're picking up speed, still going up. So as we go, we should keep getting higher and higher. It's just a matter of whether we get there beforehand. It's a matter of eventually our engines will start cutting off due to not enough air intake and all that. Get the resource tab. And I remember you could see somewhere that information. Okay. Yeah, so it's got the flow here that's slowly ticking down as we're gaining altitude. I'm hoping we can get high enough. It'll take me a hot minute to get up here. It very genuinely could be a thing that maybe we ditch these little engines here. I get a pair of the big engines to put along there. And that might give me a lot more thrust towards going up. Yeah, because we're starting to shed speed. And with it, pretty soon we're going to stop gaining altitude. So I do think what we're going to need to do here is probably replace those little engines that we already kind of confirmed couldn't do this before. They're probably effectively just dead weight for me on this one. And instead go for the bigger engines. Yeah, because I'm right about to stop gaining altitude and we're not there yet. Okay. Plane hangar. So get you out of here. So this will probably be a terrible idea that I'm thinking about doing. Let's go ahead real fast. Because we're going to massively be increasing the fuel consumption here. I don't think we'll have enough lift for that. Hang on, wait a second. That'll be more flying like a rocket, not like a plane, of just, what if we put enough propulsion that, you know, we're not so much gliding as rocketing forward. I don't think I can... That's not exactly what I wanted. Just get that out of here for a moment. I'm kind of wondering if I do something like this. Grab those. Can I fit the winglets on, or the wings on here? Or is it going to complain about that? Okay, so we can fit that. Alright. So we'll do the big circular intakes. This is going to be probably not a great thing. We will need the thrusters. Okay, we've got all that. Meanwhile, landing gear. Okay, let's check on our stats. There's the weight. There's the force there. That's pretty far back, but I think that'll be okay. I think genuinely, with the amount of force I've got going on here, it's not really going to fly like a plane. It's going to fly like a rocket that vaguely takes on some mild plane-like characteristics. How many parts am I up to? 28. There was something I was like, oh, I should grab that. I'm blanking in my head what it was. What the heck are you? Turbo shaft engine. This is a strong turbine engine that consumes liquid fuel and outputs angular acceleration. Oh, we don't care about that. Not right now. Oh, right. I was like, I should probably put a pair of parachutes on this so that when this is all said and done, I can slow this thing down. So when we go to park, because I don't have any actual brakes, yeah, it's fine. We'll just do without it. What's the worst that could happen? Sure. Let's save you again. So this is definitely one that we've got a lot of power behind. Please pull up. Please pull up. Please pull up. Pull up. Pull up. I don't think I have enough lift. I think I've got speed fine. And I've got a power. I think there's physically not enough lift. Pull up, please. I'm begging you. Do we get into the air? You need taller landing gear? I didn't think that. I think it's just there's not enough surface area in these wings for lift. You need taller. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. We might be able to make that work because I don't need taller landing gear. We could just make it wider. That's pretty low rider. I'm not feeling great about that one. Let's do it anyways. I don't know if that's going to work because I got those at a pretty steep angle. But that should make it settle so it is angling up quite a bit more than it was. It's fine. See? It's fine. Never before has there been a smoother takeoff. Okay. Right now I'm barely running the engines because all that drag. Yeah, and that's the thing. I had to cut the engines way back because we had so much drag. I'm like, there's no point in me turning these engines up higher. So let's make our first goal just to get to the 20,000 feet we're aiming for. If we can't get there, there's no point like turning and angling and all that. Once we get 20,000 feet, we'll try and bring it around and just start hitting spots. Okay, we're starting to reduce the amount of drag we're dealing with. We'll aim to keep it at least at around 300 meters a second for right now. Okay. This is definitely the plane equivalent of what if more power. Just, you look at this, it's just fuel, an engine, with 2 engines, and there's this tiny little bit of structure just on the side to technically make it a plane. It's mostly a rocket that's got 2 little chunks of wing in between to, you know, wink wink, nudge nudge, it's lift, I promise, man. Is it called modern plane? I mean, to be fair, a lot of modern planes, that is true, where they've got a wing and they just put these giant engines on. It's like, yeah, the wings are mostly there to sort of glide, but really it's just shoving it through the air as hard as possible. Not in like a bad engineering way, it's just the amount of power they have. Alright, continuing to build up speed. How are we doing on our air intake? It is really dipping fast. So we're starting to lose thrust on our engines because of the air intake. It's more engine than plane now, twisted and evil. We'll see. I have a feeling this air intake is going to deplete faster than we hit 20,000. 20,000's pretty high up there. Well, that is not gonna work. Because as you can see, the airflow is just continuing to dive, and now we're starting to angle, now we're starting to lose altitude. So we did get up to about 13,500. Unfortunately, it's just as the air has thinned as we got higher, we just weren't able to feed enough oxygen into our engines, and so they began kind of losing how much thrust they could put out. And as they began to lose thrust, we started not being able to keep up. Let's try reverting the flight, go back to the space hangar. I'm going to try to just throw more air into it. I don't know that that's going to help, though. I think we're going to get a pretty hard limit on that. Pushing a lot of air through a small place. So what I'm trying to figure out is what I should be doing. Because we could put the really big scoops on the side. These things. Alright. Intake area, effective base speed. The intake duct fuselage warranty. Yeah, well, I'm trying to get an idea. Intake air 2. Intake air 0.5. Yeah, so that should have the same rough air intake. But maybe having that extra intake there might make the difference. So your favorite thing is to do with Star Wars quotes is substitute words like underpants. You must have hidden the plans in her underpants. Send a detachment to retrieve them. See to it personally, Commander. I should be paying attention to the plane. Yup. Alright, so. We'll pin that. That's our air intake. Pin that. So we're watching one of our engines and the air intake for the estimated thrust and all that. So like right now we're not running these at power because there's not really a big reason for me to keep it way over 300 meters a second. Because over 300 meters a second we're just dealing with lots of wind resistance. So as we go higher and higher in the atmosphere, we should be good. So we're trying to just muscle our way through with extra air intake. I don't think that's going to fix our problem, though. It'll help. I don't think it'll be enough, is I guess the way I should do it. And I can't put more parts on here. Alright. So as you can see, even though we're accelerating, our airflow right here is still dropping rapidly, despite the fact that we're going faster. And that's because as we're going up, the air is thinning. So there's less density of air. We're trying to shove it down. We're just getting less in there. And so as a result, if we go down here, our thrust is going down. And so we're going to run into a situation where there's not enough air to keep the thrust going. Yeah, and I do think we're going to hit the point that we're going to get insufficient air intake, that it's going to start shutting on and off the engines. Kind of nose down a little bit to keep our speed up. So we're a little bit more level towards the horizon. Your overconfidence is your weakness. Your faith in your underpants is yours. Hey man, the underpants can only do so much. Yeah, so as you can see, the airflow is dropping down to the teens now. Our thrust is getting down to the lower 20s. We're starting to drop off a lot of speed. We're close though. We're getting up to like the 13,000, but I do think we're just in a situation where I'm either going to have to support it with rocketry. So keep our two jet engines on the side and then put like a rocket in the middle, and we just kind of taper on the rocket as we get high. And effectively flip to the rockets once we get up to altitude and then drop back down. Honestly, what I might even do, I might just say the heck with the plane. Yeah, because now we're starting to lose, we're about to start losing altitude, and we're still losing airflow. What we might even do here is I can get to like low orbit, and we can just tag things from above with the low orbit. I just like the plane for doing the idea of doing the survey stuff, because it is a thing to get up there. Alright, let's go here, we'll save this, and then we're gonna start doing terrible things. So we're gonna save you. You're gonna pull those wings off. You're gonna pull this off and chuck it. Pull you off and chuck it. I do need all these scientific instruments. I'm going to pull that engine off and chuck it. And this is where we're going to start making terrible decisions with our life. Because this is going to be really heavy. And it might take me a couple of times tinkering about how much I need to raise and lower it. Alright, so I need a rocket engine that's going to be relatively fuel efficient. So how much thrust do you give me, by the way? Oh yeah, so it's dropping in the noons. I might be able to get by with the Terrier. Because you're 120k newtons at full. But when we were getting up there, they're dropping to like 20k newtons. Whereas this, at 60... Oh, no, it's only 14 in the atmosphere. Okay. I don't have to run it at full. Alright. That's too far down. Okay. So how many parts do I have left? I have 2 parts. In this particular scenario, I do think I'm gonna put those on there because I have a feeling it's gonna get messy real fast. Alright, so let's see how this works. Now, I do not want the rocket engine on at the beginning. The rocket engine is going to burn through fuel faster than I want, so we're going to try to get by with just the regular engines, get up to a high altitude, and then kick on the rocket engine to go higher. The catch is, I'm going to want to turn these off, and then turn these on. Well, actually, they should turn off. Well, no, because they'll sputter on and off. They won't turn on elegantly. It would be good. Can I group you? That's... Okay, that's not how I expected that to work. I'm hoping I can group the engines so I can turn them off and on together. Yeah, no, you can turn off the intakes and the engines in flight. The problem, though, is if I turn off one, it's going to pull hard to one side. And so I want to try and combine them. What does that button do? That's a thrust limiter. What are you mad about? You're mad about the weight. Alright, no parachutes. Because remember we unlocked the thing mentioning groups. A rocket, plane, MK1. That's fine. I believe we had unlocked the groups. I just don't know how to actually do them. I know I at least looked at the thing for him. That's fine. We'll try it. Because it might be one of those things that I get up high enough, I kill them, turn off, like kill the thrust, turn them both off, then put the thrust back up. Because it'll take a minute anyways. We'll see. It's going to take some tinkering. So throttle all the way up. Get it going. Turn these on. So this is a much, much heavier plane than we previously had. Yeah, let's check our center of mass and all that. Yeah, no, it probably moved the center of mass a whole lot. Boom. Boom. Yeah, that'd probably be good. I'm a little worried as we burn the fuel, it's going to move that center mass a lot and make us unstable again. But we'll see. Because that is a lot of mass of rocket fuel in there. Pull up. Explode. The one in the air center mass doesn't matter as much. I think having the wings behind the center mass is too much of a problem. Let's see. Having the wings behind the center mass. Well, the center mass is there, so the wings are in front of the center mass. It's that, or sorry, you, yeah, because that puts the balance a little off. That's slightly behind. It might be I need to take that back pair of wheels and just make it one wheel. Take the wings way back. Because, well, I mean, if I take this, so that's my center mass. If I take the wings, like, way back here, then the plane's just going to tip forward if I go too far. We'll have to move the wheels up. Which I don't love. That's going to make it bounce way easier. We can try it. My concern is going to want to flop up and down more. And also, as we empty the fuel tank, the center of gravity is going to change on it, I believe. Please pull up. Please pull up. All right. Check these. So... let's see if we can't... I'm a little worried about this not being that far forward. You can't pull up until you have room off the end of the runway. So what I'm going to try to do is we really kind of split out the wheels on the back to really lower the butt of the plane, the tail of the plane. So that way it's already angled up to try and get that. Okay, we'll try that. So we gave it quite a bit more of an upward angle. This is going to be impossible to land. Alright, it's immediately wobbling. Yeah, so I think those wheels are too far. Let me try taking the wheels. I don't know if this will let me do it this way. Let me try wedging them, like, right up here. Ooh, I have no idea if that's actually clearing or not. We're gonna find out. Because I'm trying to not turn the rocket engine on immediately. Because I don't believe I can manually thing. Can't you place it to rotate them? Oh, is there like a shortcut key to like drag rotate them? We have technical clearance. We have technical clearance, which does not seem trustworthy. There was a one minor imperfection in the runway, and that was that. So let's try switching these up. Get rid of those. There is another set of wheels. I don't feel as confident in these ones. Just get rid of them. I'll try that again. I think that'll be fine. Alright. Hey, Tap Girl! Thanks so much for the raid! I hope you had yourself a good stream and all. Can I get a shout out for Tap Girl, by the way? You timed it just... You just got a lucky timing that you're jumping in right as an ad's happening. Unfortunately, it's too late for me to stop it and all that. But playing some The Sims 4... we'll see if that's enough. The Sims 4. I hope you had yourself a good stream. We're playing some Kerbal Space Program, and we are definitely not exploding planes. Don't let chat convince you otherwise. Why are my tail wings different angles? Alright, so I think we're running into a fatal plan with the rocket setup. Let's move you forward a bit, check your stuff. That was not an explosion. I did some Dead by Daylight, Jackbox, and The Sims. We're celebrating 6 years. Nice! Congratulations on your 6 years. But thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. For everyone popping in here, well, first of all, if any of those sound good, Dead by Daylight, Jackbox, or The Sims, go check out Tap Girl, because that's what's happening over there. For everyone else who's popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and today we are playing some Kerbal Space Program, which has been a very long time since I played this game. And I am playing on the career mode, and we are getting way too many survey contracts just stacking up. So what I'm trying to do here real fast is we've had planes that work, but they can't quite hit the elevation we're looking for. So we're kind of trying to set it up where I jet up to a high altitude, and I kick on the rocket engine just enough to get as high as I need, and then we slowly work our way around. We're going to see if we can get that to going. If not, we're going to try and mess with that. I guess we were trying not to explode things. Yeah, so funny enough, I built one plane, immediately took off, no problems. Had some other planes that we did a good job. But it is, right now, just trying to get this is rocket in the middle. And just trying to get it so we can do that to hit the 20,000 feet I need. Has proven to be our undoing. Please pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up, please. See, perfect. Plane is working just fine. Alright, because we have all of these contracts that have been forever. So for right now, we're just going to try and get to whatever elevation we think we can get the jet to. Let's taper that off a little bit, because just having a lot of air resistance is just a waste of fuel. So So I'm going to keep it around 300 meters a second where the air resistance isn't too bad. But what's going to end up happening here is as we start getting to about 10,000 feet, somewhere in that range, our jet engines aren't going to be adequate to really keep us going up in elevation. So we're going to pop in our rocket engine and just use it to try and, you know, like feather ourselves a little bit higher. I'm going to try and use it sparingly because it won't be fuel efficient as our jet engines are. All right, we can go ahead and throttle back up. Because as we get higher in the atmosphere, we will start losing thrust on our jet engines. Why not shoot off both? Because the jet engines are very fuel efficient, and the rocket engines are not fuel efficient. And as far as shutting off both, that's the concern I'm going to have here, is how I'm going to deal with these. Because once I go to throttle, like, turn them off or whatever, I'm going to run into issues, because I have to right-click, shut down, right-click, shut down. So I got those engines there. Can you do it in the left thing? Not that I'm aware of. Like, I can turn them on, but there's not like a turn on off as far as I'm aware, at least. There very well could be. We could check while we're in flight. I mean, I'd have no idea how drag over here shut down. You can set up action groups with a single button. Yeah, I wasn't able to figure it out in the UI I was messing with. Alright, well, in the meantime, let's just assume this is going to work and get our first contestant there. Let's activate our navigation to it. And you might have figured out our plane is not exactly the greatest, most graceful thing in the world. All right. There we go. That'll settle in. Alright, so we're about on target here. Now, the thing that we're going to need to do from here is I will have to try to rocket up to our maximum altitude there. Let's take a look at the map. How far am I away from there? Got a pretty good distance. We can do our test to see if this works. If that doesn't work, what we're going to need to do is probably just take a rocket up into orbit and just, you know, feather it over little by little till we can survey everything. I really don't want to do that if I have to. The plane would be a much more elegant solution, just be able to fly down here and deal with it. But even now, already having to get to the point of putting a rocket engine on the back just to boost myself over is quite a bit. Alright. So we're probably not going to gain nearly as much altitude as we did on the last time, because the last time the thing that's working for my altitude advantage, I had 3 large engines going. This time I only got 2, but that's because we replaced one of the engines with a rocket engine. Okay, so how are we doing towards our target? So I think at 10,000 feet, we're going to kick on the rocket engine and see how it goes. Because I'm expecting to start bleeding speed off any time now, as our oxygen intake on our engines gets less and less due to the thinning atmosphere. Okay, for this one, I need a crew data report. All right. We're climbing to altitude, and we are frying that fuel really fast. Yeah, this is not going to be doable with our current stuff here. Does he run out till we just fall and explode? If we run out of fuel, I probably will follow this guy. Like, this is not exactly the most aerodynamic thing in the world. I'm also worrying that, I started climbing way early. We're actually still picking up speed. Okay, we're losing speed. So really try and keep that throttle feathered down as much as possible. Okay, so we also have site T2LL. What is T2LL before we get there? T2LL is crew report. So both of these will be crew report, that's fine. Okay, we're not worried about going higher now, we're just worried about trying to maintain as best we can. Okay, we're at T2LL. Crew report. We have completed T2LL. Next, we need to get to Salvager's Glory, which is our actual destination right now. Come on, stop fighting me.
One late November night, there was a knock upon the church house door. Standing in the acid rain was a figure in black none of them had seen before. Oh, is that you, Gabriel?
Okay. Crew report.
My name is actually Satan. Figures said my business been going down for a while. So the three of them set
Ah, we dropped below the height before I could get it. So unfortunately, I think my engine took damage. Oh no, we ran out of oxidizer. Okay, we ran out of oxidizer for the rocket engine. Hey, Yo-Yo Rogue, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so this is gonna go really badly for us because we ran out of oxidizer for a rocket engine here. So I'm gonna try to not crash this plane. We did get one of these done, but needless to say, this isn't gonna work. But thank you so much for that raid. I do hope you have a good one. I did miss the shout out on what game you were playing. But I hope you had fun doing it. What game were you playing? If you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you and all that stuff. But I do hope you had fun streaming whatever it was you were streaming today. Alright, so let's not try to land on mountains. Are these engines actually engineering right now? Yes. They're still picking up speed. Mess up the shout-out? Gotcha. Oh, gotcha, no problem. Naked brutality with crowd control. Ah, yeah, so RimWorld. Yeah, so if you're looking for some RimWorld, you can find that with Yo-Yo Rogue. So good times over there. Today we're playing some Kerbal Space Program. I am desperately trying to make the space plane able to get over 20,000 feet on career mode so we can do all this survey data. Okay, so what we can do here is we can do more stuff. We want to... Alright, let's try and go ahead and get that. But yeah, so check out Yo-Yo Rogue. Kerbal Space Program's been doing good. Alright, so we're looking for Zone 6W, 61, Hildren Stupidity, and H-G. Because those all need to be done below a certain altitude. Alright. Where are you? Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, activate those. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do our very not graceful turning around in this thing. Because the entire design behind this is, what if we just ran a bunch of thrust and then slapped a wing on it and pretended it was a plane? What's that indicator mean? Okay. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. So what we're going to try to do is these objectives we're heading towards now require me to be under a certain altitude. I should have enough fuel to get them, I hope. And if not, that'll be embarrassing. They're going to need to take pressure readings there. So meanwhile, I'm not going to need you for anything, so let's toggle that. There's nothing to record. Alright. That's fine. Okay. So we got a little bit of a flight ahead of us. Now we're just going to kind of wait till we get to the other area and check it out. It's going to take a little while for us to get there. What should happen here is over time we will gradually get higher and higher up. And then we're going to start losing a lot of thrust and then we'll start slowing down and all that. But for right now, we're going pretty smoothly. We are starting to climb again. Now let's go ahead and here and make sure that engine's turned off, since it's oxygen, since it's depleted anyways. Alright. So the good news is we did manage to get one of the ones way over the altitude we were aiming for, which is solid stuff. So we got that one knocked out. We were aiming for this one, but we got one here. So I'm going to try and go and grab these 4 while we're out and about. And if I can make that happen, great. If not, it is what it is. I should have enough fuel. This thing is pretty fuel efficient. As far as just as the plane stuff, the rocket engine part of it, not so much. Alright, maybe Jebediah doesn't get to be handed the keys. Come on. Yeah, because now I'm going to spend a bunch of time trying to level it out. In the meantime, kill that thrust a bit. We're going to hit all that wind resistance anyways. That's just wasting fuel. Alright. There we go. So I want to just do these like little teeny tiny dips to try and get that leveled out. That should be good for now. Alright, so the unfortunate thing is we are working our way over here. That's going to take way longer than I think I want to wait. Alright, so I don't know how this is going to work. It's always risky to fast forward time in atmosphere. You are actually slowly climbing your way up here. Yeah, so we got at 4 times speed, and we're just trying to beeline across the map as fast as we can. We did get back up to about 13,000 feet before we started losing all the, all of our speed. That should sort itself out after a little bit as we dip down. The air gets denser. It'll start picking itself back up speed-wise. Yeah, so you can see, like, the surface speed, while it is going down, it is slowing the rate it's going down, and same with the rate we're dropping. We'll find a kind of equilibrium there. Yeah, so we're just trying to get around this planet over there. Good news, they're all bunched together, so once I get there, it should be fine. Alright. I'm actually hoping we have enough fuel, because that is a trek. Oh, okay. Don't do that at speed. Okay. Hang on. Okay, that should be about good. Okay. Yeah, it should start bleeding off all that speed again. You almost wish you'd be like, hey, Jebediah, I need you to keep it level, friend. But we're working on it. Alright, we're over halfway there. Hemispheric autopilot mod? Yeah, I just don't want a mod. It's fine. We're gonna try and get over here. Did we lose our landing gear? Oh no, okay. Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna hover right around 12,000 feet. Just kind of go like this, up and down. That should be fine. It also does slow down the fuel consumption as it goes up this high. So while we do reduce our overall thrust, there's a whole bunch of things. Now it is curious as closely together those are. I wonder if we'll be over multiple of them at the same time or how that works. But we should be able to get those contracts knocked out, and then it'll be just a matter of trying to not explode as we put this thing down in the water. I think that was a great unfilled Prosperous of Kerbal Spacecraft 2. It could have been the same game, but it just works without jank. Instead, it was trying to be all the things mods were without the base that any more stability intuitive. Well, for me, the big problem with Kerbal Space Program 2 is the same thing that happens when you make a sequel to an early access game that the sequel is also early access. Is that game now exists in the universe where the game that came before it is, and you really do need your later title to be at least comparable with the previous one. And you'll certainly have people who say, well, that's unfair for you to hold like the game to the standard of like a completed game or whatever. And I disagree when it's a sequel. Like, if it's a brand new game, you've got like a brand new action RPG, you're not going to expect it to compete with Path of Exile. You know, it's been around for 10 years. Fair enough. But in a world where Kerbal Space Program 1 exists, and you are making Kerbal Space Program 2, yes, you might start on a new engine and all that. If you are going to release it in a not as finished state, you need to price it accordingly. So your price is going to need to be like $20. But I think they sold it, was it 50? 50, 55? But yeah, so for me, in a lot of ways, Kerbal Space Program 2 was like, what if you took Kerbal Space Program 1, you gave it better graphics, and then took away half of what the game is, and then sold it for more than the original game cost? And you kind of scratch your head and go, wait a second, so I'm getting less game out of this? Oh, but it's early access. I'm like, right. But I can just go buy Kerbal Space Program 1. Like, that game exists. It's right over there. You're losing a lot more speed than I really want you to. But at the same time, your fuel efficiency is doing pretty well, so I'm willing to ignore it for the time being. I'm a little worried. No, I don't think you're going to stall. Which is why everyone who actually wants Kerbal Space Program 2 is probably getting Kerbal Space Program... Yeah, we'll be getting the new one. Yep. Let's see, they need to get the basic rights before they went early access. Yeah, they're using a new engine. Yes, they're rewriting the code entirely. Yeah, it's a completely different dev team, but the game went early access without having the basic tools or information that the original had from day one of being playable. Yep. It was like literally less game, but prettier. Alright, so let's slow down time, because I need to adjust our heading. We're not quite on course. That's fine. We'll let it drop a while. Pick up speed. The areas we're looking on are on that landmass. Okay. We're stable. We're at speed. We're gaining a little altitude again. Alright. Okay, so just gotta get over there. Just remember the largest Kerbal Space Force here having a conversation with the lead dead, asking why they chose not to have any of the information about the F1 in the menu. Players and like overlay of draglines. The dev said the self-proclaimed lover of Kerbal Space Program 1. He didn't understand to see the need of the information in the overlay. Yeah. I mean, different people play the game in different ways as well, so it is fair. Alright, so we're good. We're really good on fuel. We're doing well about getting over here. We got our first of the icons is rolling up here, and then we gotta just turn and do all that stuff. Alright. So it should be solidly on target. Then we just gotta turn and hit those three. And then we're just gonna land in the water and hope for the best. And at least that'll be 2 more objectives off my list, which will be solid. We just have to keep it under 20 kilometers, which if I'm not using the rocket engine isn't gonna happen. Like, I don't have to worry about anyways. Okay. And all of these, I need pressure readings. Okay, set to normal speed. change our heading up to be a little bit more on target. Alright, level it back out. Alright. Yeah, no, it's always sad when it comes to like the company acquisitions and all that stuff goes on. I've been part of companies who have gone through that process. Okay, I know it'll prompt a thing over here. I wasn't sure with all the fast forwarding and maneuvering if I had missed the prompt. So anytime now we should get the thing telling me to, here, we're gonna use this a lot. So I'll pin that. We're just waiting for the heads up that we're over the location. We're like right at it. I expect to see a prompt any time now. Okay, log pressure, and done. Okay, so that one's knocked out. Oh, good, it advanced the next target. I thought I was gonna have to go like target to target. So let's go fight with our plane to get over there. And level it back out. And all these are pretty close. Slow it back out. The amount the SAS fights with you on this is always one of those things you're like, okay. Alright, so killing some throttle. Just gonna cruise on in on this one. Okay. Is it first to hold up your hand and say, you had an extremely poor opinion take two? Yeah, no, it's, I've very seldom known a situation where a company has acquired another company. It's been a good thing. It's just a hair above literally never. It's not actually never, but it's almost always never. Usually the cases where it's like that is where a company is going under and then acquisition happens. That's about the only time I've seen it not be a bad thing. Because the alternative is the company just vanishes from the face of the earth and that's the end of it. But most of the time it's like a company's doing well, they get bought in their prime, and then it's just bad news from there. Okay, so any second now we should get our next report. There we go. And all of these are close together, so we're going to try and turn and burn over there, get our engine kicked back up. Get a position for the next survey. start leveling out. Because, yeah, and I, like, in the software dev capacity, I've worked at a lot of companies that have been involved in acquisitions. Most of the time I was in the company acquiring the other company. Not that it was, like, my decision or anything like that. I was just a developer. But it had been on the other end as well. And in either side of the case, I would say it wasn't good for most of the people involved. The only ones who were kind of happy were the shareholders. Sometimes it took a while for things to go bad, but it was almost always taking whatever the other person's product was, and then, you know, looking at the company you're acquiring and being like, this is the thing they do amazingly, this is why their customers love them, yada yada yada. And then going, well, let's pull that into our product. Oh, but we should get rid of this because that's expensive to do, and we should get rid of that because that's expensive to do. We should get rid of that for that's expensive to do. And then going, oh, wait, we got rid of all of the reasons we just acquired these people. And I've watched that happen so many times. And it's like, yeah, doing a quality product takes effort. News at 11. Alright, so we got the next one. And then the last one is a real hard turn left. You know, shocker, when you cheap out on all of it, your quality takes a hit. Because that's, the dev job where I was teaching people, that's kind of what happened to us. Is the company I worked for got acquired. And that acquisition actually wasn't bad. Like, it still negatively impacted what we were doing, but, like, it wasn't that bad. But it was one of those things, they're like, okay, we love what you're doing in your product, it's very, very effective, people are willing to pay good money, you are turning a solid profit, which the company that acquired us was not turning a profit, they had lots of investor money. And they were like, okay, well, we see what you're doing, and you got all these engaging things like this theming, this music, and all this stuff you do, the animations and everything you do to help, like, really get people engrossed in the learning process and all that, and it's, like, wildly successful. What if we didn't do that? And we just got rid of the music. Okay, we got rid of the music. Alright, well, what if we got rid of the theming? So we got rid of the theming. Well, what if we got rid of literally everything fun about it? Oh, it's not being as well received all of a sudden. And you get that whole thing was taking forever, but then we got acquired by a financial firm, and they had no idea anything about education, and where they had their proven playbook, where they could turn any company to be profitable, they put that company into bankruptcy in about 2-3 years. They did not understand the industry they were getting into. Just because the last 10 things you did were successful doesn't mean number 11 is going to work out. If you know the industry, that's one thing, but when you're breaking into an industry you know nothing about, you got to be real careful, because different industries run on different things. Like, what you need to have a successful video game is not the same as what you need to have a successful school. What you need to have a successful bank is not the same as what you need to have a successful restaurant. There are fundamentals around making sure your budget's sound that carries through all those. But, like, if I'm running a medical facility, like doctors and all that, trust is one of my biggest things I need. If my customers don't trust me, I don't have them. Whereas, when you're going to the place that's going to be selling you screwdrivers, the level of trust you need for that company to succeed is a much lower bar. The person who's going to be cutting into your body and doing, like, invasive surgeries to save your life, you have a lot more consequence if they aren't trustworthy versus, you know, they sell you a dodgy hammer. It's just a very different animal. Okay, and we got our last one here. And with that, we have got all of the stuff I'm going to be able to do with this one, because that's above us. All those are things we don't have equipment on for us. We don't have that equipment on. We're definitely not going... I mean, this is a pretty cool plane. I don't think it's going to the moon. We can't get above... Ooh! Temperature on the surface. Okay. That's probably way back where we started. On the surface we could certainly do. Okay, so let's see where those surface ones are. I have a feeling they're going to be too far away. So Alpha, Beta, and Gamma Site. Do we see Alpha, Beta, and Gamma Site here? I'm willing to bet they're right by where we started. Bum. Conduct temperature surveys of Kerbals near Werner's feature. Werner's feature. Oh, right there. Yeah, that's literally back. So yeah, so we're gonna land it. Alright, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to land this thing. So let's turn this plane over this way so that I know I'm landing in the water and not on the coast. Now, I'm a little concerned with this plane because this plane is way heavier than the last one we did. Alright, so with that, I'm going to cut that throttle and glide on in. And by glide on in, we're going to be basically nosediving and then slowly pulling out of it as we need to. I said slowly pulling out of it, not slamming this up. Not feeling too good about this landing. Jebediah, buddy, I'm gonna need you to hang in here on this one, friend. This is not a plane designed to land, which sounds really silly when you think about it. The plan here is I'm gonna slowly bring it in till we're at about 1,000 feet. We're gonna angle it up. We're trying to bleed off as much speed as possible while we're doing it. Because the last one we got it to where we were only going down about 1 meter a second, and then forward about 30 or so when we hit the water, and it was fine. Okay, and I've definitely lost track. I see we were talking about like the Fallout games, but yeah. All right. Alright, so you're gonna keep letting it dip. Yeah, so this plane, unlike the last one, seems to need a lot more forward movement to keep in the air, which doesn't surprise me. This whole middle part is just weight. So it is going to need velocity to get that little, because this is the same size wing as our small plane. So it's going to need a little bit more velocity to keep the same lift going on. We're going to let it continue to drop the way it's dropping. And then once we get to a lower altitude, we're going to try and, again, feather it up. Alright. That's gonna take way too long to get down. Well, you know, you thought no one ever made past prototype. Yeah, I have no idea about the history of like the Fallout stuff. Okay, so let's again get down to about 1,000 meters. The reason I want to get down to that height is just taking the time to slowly drop down from way up here isn't going to do us any good. That was too aggressive of pulling up. That's fine. Okay, so I think the important one is the down. Okay, our engine's basically off. You'll let it pick up what speed it can. And we're gonna go for a tail strike, just like we tried to do before, where we're gonna keep dropping, and when we get to the last bit, we're gonna turn the plane really sharp up. That the idea is, one, to bleed off as much downward momentum and speed as we can, and then also, if we are to have something hit the water at any kind of speed, the part that doesn't have Jebediah in it is the part we want to smack onto the ground first. We're coming in nice and gentle, going down a little faster than I'd like. You have to get a little bit of thrust here. Because we're getting to that point where we're more dropping than gliding. Because we're going to lose all that forward momentum when I angle it up real sharp. I remember Fallout Tactics. I liked Fallout Tactics. But yeah, you're not wrong. That one did not do well on sales. Even the people I know are like really big Fallout fans. A lot of them really, they just don't know about it. I'm not feeling great about this. Kill the thrust. Alright. Final approach. Hold on to your butts. Too much up. It survived. The plane fell apart, but Jebediah is alive. And that's the only part that mattered. So, the main fuselage shattered, and everything else, but Jebediah lived. And that means Jebediah can walk away, and that means it is a perfect 10 out of 10 landing. But that's the whole reason why we swung the bottom into it, is if something is going to break, that's the part. Okay, we didn't get any science that we care about from that, unfortunately. We did get a lot of money from the contracts, thankfully. Okay, so you want me to test the Juno engine while splashed down. Okay. You want to ferry 3 tourists safely to their destination and back. So they want to orbit around Kerbal. Alright, I'm down for some space tourism. Okay, so let's go into here. There are a horrific number of great games that deserve so much more attention. Yeah, you are not wrong about that in a whole lot of ways. So give the control module, which will be here. We are going to want extra parachutes on this one. So put on our nose cone parachute. And we'll put on a pair of these. Okay, so we need to get in orbit around Kerbal. We could test the Juno basic engine while splashed down. How big is the Juno? The J-20. Oh. Yeah, I can do that. If I had that one, my last one, we could have probably just done it right then. Okay, so we'll put the Juno on there. We're probably not going to do the hammer. Actually, you know what? I could do the hammer. As long as we get to that speed, we could just shove some hammers on the side of it and just hit the go button to shove our way into orbit. Alright, before we get that, let's grab our science-y stuff. So science lab, barometer. Oop, don't do pairs of barometer. Barometer. Thermometer. Goo. Okay, so we got our science stuff. And now we need to go into where we got cargo utility. Crew capacity for 2. And we're bringing 3 with us. Hi. You're my pretty girl. Okay. So, definitely want to be that passenger in the back. Okay, lots of parachutes on this one. Alright, so we're going to go down here farther. So we need the big heat shield. And honestly, as far as this one is, let's put an extra pair of heat shields on here. I haven't had to do that. That's a pretty long thing that's going to be taking return. Okay, we'll try that. I also, and this is going to be weird, we want the little heat shield. And the reason I want the little heat shield is I got one for testing the little heat shield down here. Okay. And then utility. Put the drag chutes up there. Alright, so we've got ourselves a lot of stuff to hopefully save our passengers. So that's going to be a lot of payload to push. We only have to get to orbit, luckily. So now we can go and get our decoupler, slap that on there. I'll grab the whole thing and move it up. And we're going to want a fuel tank for up top there. So we'll grab one of these fuel tanks. We can go to our engines. We can get the Terrier, because the Terrier is a nice, efficient engine. We can go here, put that there for the decoupler. And we will go to our fuel tanks. And once again, 1, 2, 3. 4 is probably too many, but I'm going to do it anyways. Put the swivel on there so we can steer that a bit. We'll go to our aerodynamics. And we will grab the fins. Those aren't the ones I want. The fins. To help stabilize us. Couplers, grab those, radial couplers. Put that up there. And then we can go over here. And I'm going to do the all liquid fuel again. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'll go here, use the Radiant or Reliance. So just we have more up. Go to aerodynamics on you, give you your cones. Alright, so first 4 engines turn on. The decoupling was going to be a step higher. You will be after all of this. Okay, so you go up with that. That's the decoupling for up there. So this is our space stage. We don't know the exact order these are going to happen off the top of my head. Now, do we try for the hammer? So be testing the hammer at 39 to 45,000 feet. I could see testing that by putting those on here, a pair of them. Like, not even really worrying about the output or anything. And just popping them off when they're done. So, do these, get up to the height, kick those off. We have the main engine just pushing everything up. And then we pop off the 2 hammers. Again, that'll be, honestly, a little dangerous. Because that's going to be a lot of thrust when we're already probably pretty high up. I'm going to try and do it. I actually wanted you to be 2 of you. Oh, Yeah, that's on that tank. It's probably a bad idea. That's weird. Okay. Alright, so this is going to be a weird one. So, we have you are going to be after all these stages. And then we're going to have where we can pop the hammers off. That'll be for the hammers. Okay, so I'm going to probably have to fuss with the stages mid-flight. But the plan is to get as many of these done as we can, so we're going to take these 3 up. We're going to get them taken care of. We're not going to be making it to the moon on this. That's fine. The skipper engine, I don't think I care about for right now. That's one I could do with a lot of other stuff. It's fine. The heat shield I might, so it's empty those solid rocket, empty those solid fuel rockets. They don't need fuel for testing. Oh, these aren't, oh, right. Gotcha. Boom. It's not a bad comment. Because my fear is kicking that on and causing disaster. So we'll get that. We'll test the hammer. We won't worry about the Juno on splashdown. And we won't worry about the skipper right now. Okay. And I very much doubt we're going to the moon. But you never know. Okay. And we got all our research stuff, so... Big uppies with friends. Cool. Launch. And before we actually launch, sensor on, an ad break real fast. I gotta take 2 seconds to use the restroom real fast. I'm just gonna wait till we load in and I can pause so the rocket doesn't sit there and just tip over. Alright, I'll be back in just a moment, and all that good stuff. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what happened is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go to the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. What? Where am I? What's happening? I'm confused and disoriented now. Okay, and one thing before we actually take off, I just remembered we didn't put the people in it. So let's actually put our passengers that were supposed to be ferrying off to space in it. So you can go here. So tourist, Tourist. Hey, Leap Pew, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. I took a quick restroom break and then remembered I didn't actually bring my people with me. Let's go ahead and bring a scientist while we're at it, because why not? Let's just get the bus all full. That way you can have big uppies with friends and all that. But yeah, we didn't launch yet. I used the restroom real fast when the ad started and then was like, oh wait, I'm supposed to be bringing passengers with me. And then we're just having someone joyriding, because why not? That way we can maximize our... That's... Yeah, no, the fuel should be out of those. Yeah, the fuel's out of the solid rocket boosters. That does not feel safe. It's perfect. It is 100% what you expect from Kerbal Space Program. So, engine max throttle, and go! Ooh, I love the undulating. The undulating's great. Okay, so my next stage will be that thruster there. That's fine. Let's grab you, put you in this stage. There's a lot of rocket we're pushing up in the air. So I need to be getting to 39,000 meters before we pop the hammers. What are you doing? Alright, let's try at the launch pad again. Because we had this weird undulating thing that happened. Oh, you know what I bet? I bet my middle rocket is slightly taller than the others. So it's not settling on the pad well. Okay, so we've got you, all 4 of these. Yeah, so this time we didn't wobble all over the place when we started, so I'm hoping this will be a smoother takeoff. I mean, the fins are probably just inadequate. There's a lot of rocket here. Okay, so we will probably pop those off and kick that thruster on. Yeah, so is it when we start getting the wind resistant that things go bad? Because we do have a ton of oh, yeah, those aren't even. That's fine. Probably need more fins on there. Yeah, no, if you're spinning like corkscrewing like this, then yeah. Alright, so we're doing fine right now. We do need to be ready to fire you. We are going way too fast for the hammer test. So let's slide. Okay, so what is the height they're gonna reach? Werner, what am I doing at Werner? Crew report. Crew report. That's not it. I don't know if we did what we need to do there. Okay. Well, we'll get to orbit, and we'll see if I can't do the, You've entered again? It's too late. Was I supposed to do it, Werner's? Crew report. Oh, I think Werner's was where all of those... Yeah, Werner's features, that's where all those... So I'd have to go onto the surface. That's fine. The downside is those aren't going to survive re-entry. Now, granted, the worst of re-entry doesn't happen till around the height I gotta do it, so we could try to do a thing where I retrograde the rocket and just go full blast to try and slow our descent. That's a dangerous thing for me to attempt with this, but you know. You shouldn't need the radiators yet. My fear with the radiators is just how much the rocket, if I get the angle wrong, it might be taking the hits from the heat. The radiators actually aren't needed because I missed it. The radiators aren't my heat shielding. Never mind. It's fine. All right. Do not stage these yet. Let's move you way up here. And move you way up here. Okay. I might not be able to do the retrograde. So that's testing the heat shielding, all that. Yeah, that's probably not going to be that slow. Yeah, so I think we're going to find that the I think we're going to find on this particular one the hammers. I'm not going to be able to do their test, which is fine. And we are almost in orbit. That should be... Yeah, okay. So we have officially entered orbit. So they're all satisfied. Then I go here, set you to retrograde. Give just a little throttle. To bring that back in to no longer be in orbit. Meanwhile, while they're doing that, is there reports we can do? Crew report. Crew report. The goop. Sure, I'll take my 0.1 science. Temperature, nope. Material, sure, I'll take my almost no science. It'll be better than literal no science. Log pressure. Alright. Okay, so that is on that last thing. Yeah, so I don't see that being able to be tested here. Oh, they didn't have fuel in them. Boo. I could have gotten away with that. They might have not gotten destroyed on re-entry long enough for me to get down there. When was the last autosave? Was it like the last couple seconds? The quick save... 3 hour 31. I think that just happened. I'm really scared of... Let's play it safe. Let's say save game. Maybe mistake. If I had to redo the launch, that's not a big deal. And we can go load the quick save. Oh no, there's a reputation. No, that's been a while. Okay, don't do that. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. In that case, get those off. Get that off. And now we just... Oh, what we ought to do is before we do that... EVA. EVA report. Nothing worthwhile. That's fine. Retrograde. Alright. So with that, we can start fast forwarding. You're space. You're in space, Mom. Yep. Yep, all the people there goofing off. Are you not gonna try and keep it in retrograde? It would much behoove you to keep it in retrograde. Okay, so they won't do it while we're fast forwarding. That's fair. Okay, so those won't do anything. Is Whether Successor released recently? Yes, and they pulled the entire dev team on. It's been abandoned. So there is a successor, but it will never become even what this game is. What happened? Just the publisher behind it just decided it didn't sell well enough or whatever, got too much bad publicity, and then just yoinked the team off of it. Unfortunately, that happens. And that said, the original dev team behind it is making a spiritual successor and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we want to be between 1,600 and 2,100 meters per second. Between 30 and 40. So let's pin that. Try and run the test. We might be okay on this one. We're not slowing down as much as I'd like. We're actually speeding up, which is the opposite of what I want. Okay, come on, buddy. Slow your roll. I need to slow down way faster. I don't think it's gonna be in time again. Oh, actually, it might be. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It's gonna be close. There may have been a failure involving the death of everyone involved. Okay, so we could take those off. They weren't what I thought they were. Okay. So I think we could do fine with this. I made the mistake in the last one. If I take these and I put them up here, have you tried landing on a moon rocket? Have you tried landing on a moon rocket you left on the moon? I've done some silly things in this game. All right, so we got our main rocket. We've got this as the backup. We've got these. You will be the first thing that happens here. And most likely that'll be way up there. This will be way up here. We can add a stage for these for the test. And add a stage for popping them off. Okay. We might actually be able to put some fins on there to help direct it a bit better. Alright, let's try that. Have you ever gotten Science of the Depths of the Ocean? Make your rock point down. No, if you hit the water, it unfortunately treats it like concrete. Ooh, we're undulating. I do like a little undulating. Definitely helps everything. Hey, at least they got to see orbit before they went. I did. No, that's not good. All that undulating is gonna be the death of this thing. I should not have listened, Burning. The moment I touched the spinnet, everything went bad. Well. Yeah, the moment I went to do the rotation, it went jerk. Because it wanted to just like touch the rotation just a smidge, just to start it. And now we're settled flat on the runway without the undulating. Okay. So yeah, so the plan with these is we're just going to keep them on until we start deorbiting. And then once we get into atmosphere, I'm just going to pop them off the sides the moment they start picking up heat. Because they are empty, they shouldn't explode violently. They might get destroyed, which is fine, but they shouldn't detonate, killing the passengers. Because, you know, they probably all care. Oh yeah, no, sorry. We have links turned off for the most part. I think like VIPs and mods can post links, but we don't have them set up where everyone else can. Unfortunately, we just have too many bots roll through. Is it okay becoming a fireball bringing you science? Have you tried that? It's probably fine. Also, what were we looking at for you? We're gonna be going too fast for the hammer test on the way out because I'd rather get to orbit safely. Honestly, those are doing good for getting me straight up here in the first place. You'd normally, for like the ideal of what you'd want, is you would want to take off at an angle and not straight up, because again, your goal is to go around the Earth, not straight up and down, or in this case, Kerbal. Let's start turning you pretty steeply this way. And I do have the rocket running at like minimum burn just for a minute. Just to give ourselves a little bit of an arc. Okay, so let's kill all the thrust. Alright. So what we want to do is as we reach the top of here, like right in this area, we're going to start burning in the direction of the prograde, to continue to expand the area covered. Alright, so I've got you set up. The next stage will pop this whole back section off, so that's fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, so our stages are all set up well. Alright, so Len Jebediah gets some practice keeping us on the prograde. Then as we see it, as you can see, it's slowly working its way down to where it's not pointing up, it's slowly working its way to the side as we go through our arc. Once we start getting down to about this 20 or so mark, I'm just going to slam the throttle to full. Yo, it's a bit jumpy. It's not jumpy. Yeah, no, it's I feel like them being able to like give the Kerbans control, they did stuff to kind of work around some of the weirdness of the physics. Oh, I think I need to be already thrust in there. Okay, so we're starting to slow down the rate we're hitting that. I need to be thrusting a bit. I think we'll be fine, but I should have been going full bore on the thrust well before that. Okay, come on, you can do this. I need to be thrusting way before that. I think we can recover this, but it's not going to be what we want. All right, Jebediah, I'm taking over. Oh. You want to be just above that horizon line. What's the goal of the mission? We want to get into orbit. Because we got 3 passengers with us who want to see orbit and they're paying for it, so I like money. We also have 2 solid fuel boosters that we need to test as we're coming into atmosphere. At least that's what I'm hoping will be good enough for it. And then we would like to test the heat shield if possible. We'll see if that's a thing we pull off or not. Okay, we just staged down to our last booster. This is the one meant for being in space. We're gonna have a really, really funky orbit with this one. But I'm hoping we'll get high enough that it counts. As you can see, we are recovering it slowly. It's gonna be very... Come on, count it. You're almost there. And it counted. Cool. So that's what we need for this stage. So let's go here and check all our survey data. Yeah, we don't have anything worthwhile. Alright, so put you to be directly thrusting the other way. We can do a slow burn to deorbit ourselves. Because they only paid to get into orbit, not stay there. Alright, so we want to test the hammer at that height. And we test the shield at kind of the same height. So it's 30... Oh no, this is slightly higher than the other one. Alright. So as we start dropping, I'm going to go full retrograde. I don't think it's going to be enough to matter, but we're going to try it anyways. And we'll see what happens here. My hope is I will be able to stage these before everything goes to hell, so that we get credit for that. And then we got to try and survive getting through re-entry. This time I added the fins. I don't know how much a difference they're going to make, but we'll see. Because those are going to catch a lot of heat. Did they pay? Did they pay for before the trip? Oh, they're going to pay either way. We definitely don't want that stuck behind us as we're lowering in. Alright, get that out of the way. Alright. It's up to you, Jebediah. We live or die by your hands, my friend. Let's turn these so at least the solid rocket boosters are not below us when I go to pop them. On the plus side, that's a lot more to give wind resistance. Okay, so for the hammers, that's what we're hoping to hit. There's no way we get down to that speed, right? No, there's no way. Those hammers are doomed. I'd have to get them down to 5, those hundreds of speed. Yeah, those hammers aren't going to do anything. We're just going to use them for extra wind resistance and then punt them. So just use them for a little bit of drag before everything goes to hell. Yeah, we're gonna be in like the 2000s. And that up for the test. Once we see them start taking damage, I'll pop them. Oh, the fins are gonna burn off. That's cool. They're just gonna hold up. It's fine. Test run. So that's the heat plate test done. We did the orbit. We didn't get to do the hammers. We weren't. That's not gonna be. That's gonna have to be on a way up. All right. Well. So problem is in re-entry we're losing control with this long setup here. And I'm not sure what the best way to deal with that is. Because it needs something that could be aerodynamic enough to go into that. So these are just getting out of the way. Now, it could be possible that we gave ourselves more... Well, because it got the drag parachutes, but none of that are coming into play quite yet. One thing we might be able to do is get rid of this science stuff, because none of the science stuff I can use in this particular scenario. And we had a shallower angle. Yeah, and the fins just got burned off. They didn't do a whole lot. Yeah, and heat-wise, like, we got the radiator panels, but that's not what's getting us. It's the violent re-entry. Because I don't think there's any of these we have that we have at a They could just like, yeah, it's fine. All right, so we'll do this again. And this is one of those things you run in Kerbal Space Program is just doing a mission, realizing something's gonna go wrong, resetting it. You can play like hardcore where like you don't get redos when someone dies or gone. All that. That's certainly a way to play. We are just going to reset that right now. I also forgot my passengers. So tourist, 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 and you serve no purpose. Well, actually, I think you get XP for riding along. Try that again. Slow down at higher altitude? Yeah. I mean, that last one we had a really messy takeoff, and we just worked with it. If I can get up with a slightly less messy takeoff where we angle a little bit sooner, we could potentially... Yeah, this is not feeling good. It did the wobble. Okay, so you're fine. You're fine. You're fine staging-wise, and you're all fine. Yeah, so we only care about going in for the return. It's a shame because we actually got the heat shield done, which I think that was because we had those big rockets there just getting smacked by it. Or just having all the extra drag. Man, Kerbal Space Program is such a great game. It's really a shame what happened with the sequel, because this is really a stunning game. And for one, it's 100% this is edutainment. Like 100% edutainment. Okay, just trying to tip a little. Oh, we've done too much. Okay, we recovered by activating our other engine. It's not really what I wanted to do at this stage, but activating that other engine did let me recover the rocket. So that's a much better angle, but we didn't do that efficiently at all. So set you like this. Yeah, because we already burned almost half our fuel there. That was where I was like, let me get that angle, but none of those engines I have had any vectoring to them. So once the ship started to overturn, the little spinny weight up there is not exactly enough to overcome the force of a bunch of rocket engines. I shouldn't have that running. Okay, so when we get to the top, we're just gonna try and bring it as slowly as possible. Alright. There, we turned on all our lights because we can. All right. I always forget. So in the future when I go over that same spot, pressure readings. We're doing a gradual burn. So, do you think the Kerbals would look as happy if they knew what God was controlling their outcomes? No. No, they would not. Hey, Thorlar. Can I get a shout out for Thorlar, by the way? Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Let's see, when you re-enter, only drop the Parapsis to about 55,000. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Going for, you know, shall as long as we're under, I believe it's 70,000, eventually you'll land. We're still not to our last engine either. Yeah, we can tone that down. It's bringing this along. Yeah, for those who don't know Thorlar, absolutely fantastic content creator. Does lots and lots of charity stuff, streaming all the time and all that. Definitely recommend. Good times over there. Very, very wonderful creator. Let me make sure you got that shout out. There we go. Yeah, doing Echoing Silence. I am not familiar with Echoing Silence, so if you want to tell me a little bit about that, that'd be awesome. And then in just a minute or so, we'll go ahead and do a shout out for Treacle, who's another fantastic content creator. Just gotta wait on cooldowns and all that. All right. Let's back that off a little bit more. Let this go around. Yeah, so definitely check out Thorlar. Absolutely fantastic. Really, really wonderful thing. Twitch ambassador, all that good stuff. But with all that, so it'll be just a little bit there. So we're waiting till we get to kind of the periapsis, which is the maximum altitude from the object you're orbiting, or maximum distance, whatever you want to go with. And then we want to big burn. Don't too much. Echoing Silence is a cave diving game. That sounds horrifying. Which is like, first seem a basic survive 5 days in a cave, but then the exit collapses and you go on this crazy journey to try to find the exit. And surprisingly scary and satisfying. Solo dev, first game. Nice. Okay, we've officially gotten into orbit. Okay, so we definitely want to bleed off some altitude. So we're going to try and bring this probably around like 70,000, like probably let's say, yeah, 65, 70,000, somewhere in that ballpark. So we got credit for getting them into orbit. The next would be the heat shield test. We're going to burn on this one. And now we're using our actual space stage thing. Okay, so we're at about 63. And I'm planning to use our incredible quantity of fuel when we get over there to keep burning the whole... Well, actually, no, we don't want to do that. Yeah, you made a game to its simulation detail. It's called Center Simulator. You sit in a chair and pray for death all the time, and that's it. Working help desk, it feels that way sometimes. Alright. So let's go ahead and do a shout out for Treacle, by the way, another fantastic content creator. Playing RimWorld recently, so if you like RimWorld, which I assume if you're here you probably do, you can find that over there as well. Everyone just being excited because there's 8 days, didn't have to check the calendar, 8 days before the DLC comes out and all that. So excited for that. Gonna add space stuff to RimWorld without it being a mod. Alright, so let's go ahead and scooch on over this way. Alright, so slow back down. Alright. So when we start getting to about 63,000, when we get to like 65 or so, I'm going to throttle up to get the apoapsis to start dropping as well. We don't want that to drop too much, so I want to wait till we're right around that range. And if we do start to like properly get dragged, that starts coming down fast, we just kick the engine right off this thing because it's full of fuel. Because you notice we are slowly losing altitude on our Prapsis because we are getting a very tiny bit of drag. But the atmosphere is very thin, so it's not going to be much yet. So probably around 65 kilometers or so, throttling up. It's basically just ride the atmosphere the whole way around. I mean, honestly, it's going to drag me down enough by itself, probably. Come on, Jebediah. You could do it. We just don't speak of the last 2 times you accidentally killed everybody. Alright, so yeah, you see how fast the apoapsis is coming down? Because we're at, like, the perfect time to burn. Back off, back off, back off. Too much. Kick it off. That'll do. Alright, Jebediah. 3rd time's a charm. Jebediah doesn't remember those, so it's okay. Jebediah's been through a few things. Alright, just gonna hit some buttons over here on my end to make sure we don't get interrupted by an ad. Alright. Yeah, so both of these are coming down quick. We do have our heat plates here. Let's go ahead and pin that, because we still need to run our test. Hey, Caber, how's it going? Alright, so between 30 and 40,000, if we can get down to that speed. Now this time we don't have the 2 giant solid rocket boosters sitting on the side, just acting as like wind sails to just suck up all that resistance and all that. So we are going to come in a little bit faster, I believe, on that stage. But I think we're going to be in a much better angle where we'll be losing a lot more speed, you know, in the atmosphere than whatnot. Yeah, we're almost exactly parallel with the surface and just bleeding off speed. Like, I mean, technically we're accelerating, but we are bleeding off speed relative to the surface and all that. Alright. Because I got all the parachutes, they just don't do you any good if you don't get low enough into orbit, or low enough into the atmosphere to deploy them. We're getting thrown violently end over end before we get there, and needless to say, that kills people. Yeah, so if you watch, you can just see this circle shrinking constantly. This kills the Kerbal. Yep. Do you have the chutes? Yes. I do have a pair of them on there. We haven't gone to the altitude where they actually work, though. Unfortunately, we've been still pretty high up when it starts to tumble, and then, you know, that's bad. Because we just get past that earlier stage where we started to tumble. I've got more than enough to get us to land safely. It's just avoiding where the thing starts to roll. All right. We're just staying almost exactly parallel the whole time and just watching these numbers go down. Pretty soon we're going to get some proper drag and you'll see those numbers just bottom out. I'm glad we have multiple layers of these heat shields, because I'm running a test on the little one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. They all look so excited. I'm a little concerned that Jebediah's, camera is just going all over the place, and the passengers, it is absolutely stationary. All right, here we go. It's gonna start getting spicy in here. Yeah, so you can see that angle go from parallel to quickly start turning down. Once we're slowing down the point and all that. Okay, we're no longer in proper orbit. Jebediah has selfie sticks. Yep. Yeah, so far this is going way smoother, but that said, we're nowhere near as far down. We're not bleeding our speed off quite as fast, but I think that's okay. Yeah, so that's about to start angling down sharp, because this will be the area in front of us. Because once this hits that we're at the highest point, it means we're just going straight on down. Well, angled down, but you get what I'm saying. Alright, so be ready to run the test. It has to be between 30 and 40, and we need to be under 2,110 meters a second. Which has been the trick. We haven't had to worry about going too slow. The downside is that a blader is getting nommed up real fast for running our test. The good news, they have a whole extra plate heat shield behind it, so I'm not super worried. Just burning forever. Okay, we're in this. It claims. Oh, right, we were talking about orbit versus relative to the ground. Yeah, so basically, I want to run this the second we hit 40,000. Hold it, Jebediah. All of your lives depend on it. Done. Alright, so now it's just a matter of not dying horrifically, which has been what's happened the last two times. As we get to the dangerous part of re-entry, and Jebediah loses it, starts going end over end, and the moment it goes sideways and all that wind resistance is just right across the soft, ooey gooey, hollow middle part of the ship, it explodes, and these cameras go off for some reason. But this is definitely looking better. You're burning off a lot more speed before we're hitting, like, we're still just now entering the a little bit more atmosphere. I think we were tumbling around this stage when we go to, like, the really thin atmosphere to picking up. We're getting a little bump and bounce, but not as immediately violent as it was in the last one. Okay. You're pretty sure the boosters are costing most spin? Well, we didn't get the spin until well after I kicked the boosters off. But yeah, and it's definitely a much better angle to go in this shallow. Oh, please, please. You're almost there. Jeb, buddy. Just hang in there for a few more seconds, friend. The fire will go away soon. Well, at least, Jeb, you're tanking this one with your face. Jeb would have it no other way. I think we're in the clear. Definitely got dodgy there towards the end. But I do think we're in the clear. Please deploy shoots. Please deploy shoots. Parachutes. Shoots. Buddies. Well, at least only Nalan's itinerary was failed. Well. So, oh, you know what I should have done? I should have taken the controls from Jebediah and turned it back around. That's unfortunate. Well, actually, I'm willing to bet we probably didn't have enough force to turn it around. Yeah, so we couldn't slow down enough for the shoots to do anything. Well, it was a good, valiant effort. That said, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So what's going to end up happening here is first I'm going to save that, because that was almost what we needed. But unfortunately, I do need to be wrapping up here in a few minutes, like just in the next minute or so. So thank you so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to like and subscribe and do all those kind of things. For those over on YouTube, for over here on Twitch, don't forget to make sure you drop a follow. That way you can find me back in future. If you're over there on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host plan for over there. If you're over on Twitch, though, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and finding some